Hello, and welcome to the final cut compilation of all my theories for Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, jam-packed into one video. I plan to make more of these, and I honestly cannot wait to present them to you all. Truly, as your host, Thinkafurr, it's been an honor to have created so much fun, discussion, and breathed so much life into the Zelda community. Thank you all so much. Be sure to join our Discord server, keep an eye out for the Zelda Tears of the Kingdom subathon streamathon on May 13th, but all that said, enjoy what has been literally years of content, progression all the way back to 2019 when I put up my first ever theory video. And it's exciting that you're gonna see my progression as a creator, and honestly, it makes me very, very proud to observe the growth and changes made over the many years as a theory channel for Zelda and Pokemon. So much love has been put into this channel and community, and I couldn't do it without all of you who watch my channel and support it, and of course, without my family support and my beloved partner Elfie's support. Thinkers, it is my humblest and greatest pleasure to present you with this singular one final cut. So thank you, and enjoy!
Why, hello there, handsome lad, and who might you be? Figuring this out looks simple enough. Wait, how many Ganondorfs are there? Oh, crap. Alright, all you wonderful thinkers, it's time for a thought process. I'm Thinkafurr, and today I'll be ditching the controller, mouse, and keyboard to investigate a rather massive question born from the darkest depths of Nintendo Direct's most recent E3 teaser to Breath of the Wild sequel. And yes, that's right everyone, we are getting a sequel, but that's not the question we want answered in this video today. Instead, today we try to look at taking our best guess at figuring out the identity of Prince Mystery Man Handsome over here. Drumroll please. The suspects we have are Demise and Ganondorf. Huh, who'da thunk? Alright, let's begin. But before I do, please note that in this video, I'm not going to count all the different iterations of Ganondorf, as there are too many. Therefore, to keep this video concise and to the point, we will treat each different iteration of them as the one identity of Ganondorf for now, and have Demise as separate. So, with all that said, let's start with observing some of the events within the teaser Nintendo gave us. What we can see initially is that there is obviously some form of resurrection ritual happening. Ironically, it appears that in Breath of the Wild 2, either Ganondorf or Demise is resurrected at the beginning of the game, much in the same way Link was resurrected in the first cutscene from Breath of the Wild 1 also. Moving on from this point, we also observe massive particles of glowing blue energy flowing either around the corpse of this creature or into the creature itself. We also see the evil blight of Ganon almost assuredly emanating from the corpse. Aside the obvious red glowing eyes we saw in the teaser trailer, it's obvious that this is the corpse of something evil, malicious, and powerful. These are all traits both Demise and Ganondorf share. Ganondorf obviously will share the traits of Demise, as he is meant to be the perpetual reincarnation of Demise, as Demise cursed Link and Zelda to forever be doomed to an eternal cycle of revenge and reincarnation, as was shown at the end of Skyward Sword. That aside, we cannot make a clear determination if this is a reincarnation of Demise, aka Ganondorf, or Demise himself from these traits alone, so let's take a closer look at the finer details. Looking more closely at the corpse, we see lots of golden bangles, earrings, and interestingly a golden crest on its forehead, as well as long flowing red hair. The body is also shirtless, although that could simply be due to the fact the clothing would have deteriorated over time and no longer be present. Interestingly, in this part of the teaser, where Link flashes back, we observe someone appearing to have been sealed. This person happens to be fully clothed with long hair. Now, this doesn't exactly confirm Ganondorf on the observation that what is worn by the corpse resembles Gerudo attire. However, it does at least give possibility towards it being Ganondorf. However, what we should note based on appearances is that both Ganondorf and Demise both have specifically red-colored, long-flowing hair. Notice how I have specified the color red. This is because in Skyward Sword, one of the key things we see different with the appearance of Demise is that his hair was literally on fire. If we assume that because it is a corpse, then the hair should look like ordinary red hair, right? Either that or perhaps Nintendo chose a different design approach for Demise. Or maybe there is more truth in this than we think. But I'm gonna save that for a little later, so bear with me and keep this in mind. What is glaringly obvious yet was frustratingly overlooked until now is the fact that in the cutscenes we see in Breath of the Wild that explained the story of the hero, the goddess, and how the great calamity had been sealed away multiple times in the past doesn't make sense when you really think about it and look closely. The only thing that does make sense is the existence of great calamity. And even then, it's really just a dark foreshadowing to a great evil needing to be fought. What if, for a moment, this legend really makes reference to what many have speculated to be Hylia and her first chosen hero, Demise, and not Link? Now, I won't go too much into explaining this theory here, as it is a theory well covered. However, to summarize it, Hylia chose Demise as her first chosen hero to protect the realm, appointing him with his own Master Sword, of which, just like Link's Master Sword, contained a spirit within named Girahim. Then, later at some point or another, it's theorized Demise either failed or was persuaded and corrupted, becoming the Demon King and corrupting his own Master Sword, taking on a more darker and evil appearance. Keeping this all in mind, let's move back to that first cutscene. Look at it closely. Observe how the hero on the tapestry doesn't have golden blonde hair like Link does. Instead, it's blazing red and very long, which is highly suspicious. Even the overall figure and stature and how it's portrayed is shown in the tapestry as very large. What if we, for a moment, just rethink this entire scene completely? What if we have been fooling ourselves all along about who this tapestry and legend really refers to initially? The way they speak about the Golden Goddess and never mention Zelda's name, we just assume it's Zelda as they do. But what if this really was Hylia herself referred to on the tapestry and her first chosen and failed hero, Demise? Demise obviously won the first conflict with the Great Calamity either because he really was a hero or it was a scheme. A scheme he created to deceive the Goddess of Time into granting him the powers she would have otherwise bestowed upon the true hero. This potentially changes everything we think we know about the basic lore of Breath of the Wild and then some. However, I'm not going to just stop there and call it a day. If, for a moment, I make a brief reference to a theory Dr. Wily created on his channel, his theory spoke about the three goddesses, Din, Nehru, and Ferror. The area I want to specifically reference from Dr. Wily's theory is specifically about Din. Din was associated with fire, earth, and volcanic activity. Fire and volcanic activity are elements Demise is overall designed around, both in figure and appearance. Taking a closer look, let's talk about fire. Aside the obvious fact his hair is on fire and his eyes glow red much like the corpse does in the teaser, perhaps it's possible that the magical, fire-like appearance of his hair fades to a normal, ordinary hair when the life fades from him. I mean, this isn't Dragon Ball Z here, but logically, if a person was alive and had power which flowed through them altering appearance, then maybe this idea works. Maybe. Bear in mind, this is a game made by a company that originates from Japan, coincidentally the nexus and origination of anime. Coincidence? I think not. Anyway, moving on from anime references to more grounded and pressurized topics, let's talk about volcanic activity. We can observe what looks like obsidian growths all across the character model of Demise. Now, for those whom don't know, obsidian is a naturally occurring form of volcanic glass that is created when felsic lava is pushed out from a volcano, rapidly cooling into this lump of matter we see here. Alright, still with me, thinkers? Great. So, keeping this in mind about his character design, we covered fire and volcanic activity. But I feel you all thinking, what about the earth part? Well, if you look at the backstory of Demise, more specifically where he originated from, he literally came from the earth itself through a newly formed fissure, aka a massive crack in the earth's surface, which he led his army through, causing all kinds of havoc in Hyrule until the hero we know and love defeated him, sealing Demise away in the Master Sword itself. If we just assume for a moment, based on the teaser trailer's footage of Link and Zelda walking through what appears to be a cave underground, it leads to the tomb of this handsome lad's corpse. Or what could be Demise? That right there lines up with Demise coming from the earth. If in Skyward Sword he originated from the earth, it makes sense that his place of resurrection would be from the earth also. So, if for a hypothetical moment, we humor the theory of the three warring goddesses and also the theory of Demise, the original hero of Hylia, and consider them hypothetically as canonical, we have some very strong points that direct us towards Demise. But keep in mind, we are still exploring everything and nothing is truly concrete as of yet. Moving on, let's assess further evidence. Backtracking to a point I raised earlier regarding the irony of Link resurrecting at the beginning of the first game and the corpse of what we assume to be Demise or Ganondorf, notice that there are similarities in the design of the resurrection chamber Link awakens from in Breath of the Wild 1 to that of the chamber we see here. This other resurrection chamber is similarly designed to that of the Sheikah, although it obviously has a much more darker and evil feel to it. Moving past this detail, notice the hand atop the corpse's head is the same color as the glowing blue energy. What if for a moment we assume that this hand is a representation of a seal placed on the body of the deceased Ganondorf or Demise? Or, more specifically, the hand of the spirit within the Master Sword from Skyward Sword, Phi. Hylia, the goddess, creating the goddess sword, and Phi, two separate things, one with a soul and mind. Now, we see that in order to finally defeat Demise in Skyward Sword, Link transforms the goddess sword with the spirit Phi still inside into what we all know as the Master Sword. Now, with the origin of the Master Sword and the awareness that Phi inhabits it, look at how Demise is finally defeated at the end of Skyward Sword. He breaks down into ashes of smoke that greatly resemble, if not look almost identical, to the blight of Calamity Ganon, after which Link raises the Master Sword with Phi still inhabiting it and absorbs. Yes, that's right, he absorbs Demise and seals him inside with her? Now, let's just logic this. Link might be the one raising the sword and calling upon the power of the Master Sword, but the reality is he is calling upon the power of Phi to achieve this. The sword is simply a conduit for this power. Let that stay in your minds. Remember how, in Breath of the Wild, we find out that Calamity Ganon has somehow managed to take control of the Sheikah's technology, causing mass destruction across all Hyrule. And notice that Breath of the Wild acknowledges that each incarnation of Calamity, it grew more and more powerful. Why is this? I'll tell you why. Because over time, Demise was growing more and more powerful. In turn, Ganondorf and all his powers, and more importantly, all his phantoms, slowly but surely became more powerful also. As such, we know that Ganondorf is able to create and manifest phantoms, portals to other worlds, fire magical blasts, and all kinds of other magical mayhem. However, these powers that are utilized by Ganondorf are the powers of Demise, his true form. In turn and point, what if Calamity Ganon himself is just just a phantom, a creation, a cheap facsimile like all the other various corrupted phantoms we face inside the divine beasts. Phantoms created by the true puller of strings, the true face of evil, Demise himself. Now, holding on to this, my fellow thinkers, as I'm nearly done wrapping up my final point. Demise, slowly but surely, overpowering the confines of the sword itself, gathered enough of his former power while still kept under the seal by Fi. Now, at the point in time the sword itself had reached peak volume of evil it could contain, if Link had wielded this sword within this state, he surely would have been wielding a master sword that was entirely almost made of evil, corrupting almost everything it came into contact with, and Fi knew this, thus causing Fi to leave the sword and keep the still sealed but growing more powerful Demise elsewhere, otherwise the malice and hate would have consumed Fi, corrupting her entirely. Meanwhile, as the more powerful Demise capitalized on the moment when Link had pulled the Master Sword from the seal prior to being mortally wounded defending Zelda, he had created an opportunity for Demise to corrupt the Sheikah Guardians and Divine Beasts. And so, when Demise took control of the Sheikah's technology, causing all that damage, Fi knew it was time to seal Demise elsewhere so the Master Sword could be used by Link without potentially corrupting anything else. Perhaps it was only when Link was mortally wounded that Fi realized it was time to do something and made the choice to seal Demise elsewhere. All of this is possible. We have seen in the past, time and again, it has been Link who has accidentally enabled the incarnations of Demise, aka Ganondorf, to gain power without intending to, as illustrated when he opened the door of time. He allowed Ganondorf to access the sacred realm in Ocarina of Time. Regardless, it was all part of Demise's design. Demise, who had already sown enough chaos with his previous incarnations and the current phantoms in play. Demise, who had also used Calamity Ganon and the Blight Ganons to distract from who really pulled the strings. And slowly but surely, Demise's plot to return was reaching its fruition close to the time of Breath of the Wild. Ultimately, if all this is true, then it makes sense that when Link interfered with Fi's seal accidentally, Fi had to step in and help Link, taking her attention away from keeping the seal, and thus, in doing so, broke the seal of Demise. After breaking all of this down and thinking laterally about what we see, it could very well be Demise making a return to the franchise to seek revenge. After all, why send a reincarnation out for revenge for the upteenth time, when you could go out and do it yourself? These are just my thoughts from me to you. If you like the theory, leave a like and subscribe for more future content. Also, as a student of thought, I'd encourage all you fabulous thinkers to let me know your thoughts in the comments below. I'm gonna relax now, pick up that controller, and get back into gaming as Thinkafurr now. Hope you all enjoyed. Bye!
Greetings and salutations, my fellow thinkers. I, Thinkafurr, have returned once more to speculate upon who we see within Nintendo's teaser for the sequel of Breath of the Wild. In my last video covering Breath of the Wild 2, we explored the possibilities of Demise returning whilst keeping open to the possibilities of Ganondorf, as there is also a large amount of evidence supporting Ganondorf's return also. With that said, this video is going to be all about Ganondorf, more specifically which Ganondorf is most likely to return in Breath of the Wild 2 based on a variety of factors from the teaser as well as other games and timelines. So, generally speaking, there are multiple Ganondorfs in multiple timelines. To answer this question is to answer the question of which timeline Breath of the Wild takes place in. There are many theories, and currently Nintendo has kept this game as brisk as possible with regards to the timelines, creating a game containing so many different elements of all timelines to give it its own unique take. However, there is a lot of
evidence we can work with. To save some time here, I will just go out and say straight away that it's my hypothesis that Breath of the Wild takes place long after the events of Twilight Princess. Now, I will go into further detail regarding timeline placement in a different video. For now, let's turn back to Ganondorf. The reasoning behind why the corpse we see is most likely Ganondorf from Twilight Princess is for a variety of reasons. Firstly, one of the most obvious points we can look at is where the hand on the chest of Ganondorf is. It's clearly on the chest regions where Link impaled Ganondorf with the Master Sword. Now the thing is, we see Ganondorf fall, and ultimately he most likely died that way. We know that the Master Sword, Blade of Evil's Bane, has sealing powers, and as I mentioned in my previous video, Link wields the Master Sword, calling upon its powers through the Sword Spirit Phi. It's possible that after Link, the hero of Twilight, defeated Ganondorf, the Hylians took his body and tried to keep Ganondorf sealed away in a state of near death permanently to keep him from reincarnating. If this is true, it makes a lot of sense. Calamity Ganon is basically just one big phantom Ganon, and the Blight Ganons are just another creation born from Ganon's rage and malice. Hey, whilst I've got you here, did you know that I have a whole bunch of other videos? Go check them out in the card I've linked, and if you're interested in seeing more content, you should subscribe. Now, back to the video. Whilst we're on the subject of Malice, we can clearly see Malice pouring out from the same location of the chest wound where Link impaled Ganondorf with the Master Sword. The Malice we see, though it is somewhat different, I believe it could be a combination of the Twilight and Ganondorf's dark magic as they behave in a similar way. Almost anything that comes into contact with the Twilight becomes corrupted and transformed into monsters controlled by the host wielding its power. It even corrupts the lands. Where Malice is concerned, however, it also corrupts landmass, monsters, and machinery and allows its user control over them. I speculate that the reason Malice brings harm towards Link and the Twilight does not has to do with how Ganondorf changed the Twilight into something of his own form, his Malice. Perhaps using the Triforce of Power and his dark magic, Ganondorf altered the Twilight for his own purposes, or perhaps he simply borrowed the idea and created something similar as a means of fighting whilst entrapped in his sealed body. In Twilight Princess, when Link, the hero of Twilight, confronts Ganondorf, we see that he uses the power of the Twilight to possess Zelda and attack Link. He is also able to teleport in much the same way as Midna using the Twilight. There are so many similarities to the Twilight as there is to Malice, and if my speculation is correct, I think it would be really cool if Nintendo elaborated further in the sequel of Breath of the Wild on how Ganondorf created the Malice from the Twilight. One other interesting thing to note about Twilight Princess is that Ganondorf admits he drew power from the anguish and hatred of others, reforming his powers. It's possible that he used his powers of Malice and his influence with it to create enough disharmony, fear, anguish, resentment, and anger amongst the people of Hyrule that he was able to reform his powers, and that's why he is able to break the seal placed upon him. It's an interesting idea, and I might just cover that in another video. To conclude though, there is a lot of evidence suggesting that Ganondorf from Twilight Princess is the most likely and strongest of candidates out of all of them to return within Breath of the Wild sequel. If I missed anything, or you have a different idea of which Ganondorf you think will return, let me know in the comments below. If you enjoyed the video though, drop me a like and subscribe for more videos and updates. Oh yeah, and apparently YouTube's weird and funny sometimes with updates, so you may want to hit the bell icon too. Anyhow, it's been fun, thinkers. I'm gonna go chill and play some video games. See you all on the flip side. Bye!
Heroes never die. Fire in the hole!
Rest assured.
I'm haunting you.
Christopher! I've come back with a warning! You were wrong in your last theory video!
But Thinkafurr does the theory videos. I just play game.
You were wrong!
Huh. Hey thinkers, how's it going? Looks like Christopher here has lost all sense of rationality after being asked to think when it was time to game. Thankfully though, with a bunch of coffee, Thinkafurr's here to save the day, one tangent at a time. So let's just set that stuff over there aside and go this-a-way.
Alrighty, hello thinkers, we've already made introductions, so let's get to thinking. So, last video we tried to piece together if it was the return of an old past Ganondorf from the era of Twilight Princess. However, there is further evidence pointing towards a different alternative. What I pose in this video is the following. What if the body we see resurrected in the teaser of Breath of the Wild isn't a past reincarnation of Ganondorf returning, but instead, a completely fresh, new, and totally unique Ganondorf specific to the era of Breath of the Wild. Please note that even if this is the case, I still maintain my hypothesis that Breath of the Wild is set within the timeline of the Child Link era following after Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, and Twilight Princess. There is just far too much evidence pointing towards this being the case. If I'm wrong though, I'll make a video covering why in the future. Here's hoping this doesn't come back to haunt me. So, all that aside, let's explore this new Breath of the Wild born and bred Ganondorf. With the recent screening of the Game Awards, we all hoped, if not dreamed, for something newly teased by Nintendo regarding Breath of the Wild 2. But that turned out to be a whole lot of, well, nothing. So, turning our valued attention back to more grounded ideas, let's look back at the cave painting in the teaser. We can clearly see Ganondorf riding atop a horse brandishing a trident. Now, I'm going to just speculate, if you will, the meaning of this cave painting and try to interpret what kind of story it is telling. At first glance, one might think its purpose references towards other games, but from my perspective, I believe it may have a different purpose. Perhaps it tells the story of the rise to power, the emergence, if you will, of the great and terrible Ganondorf as he wages war across Hyrule. If we just look at it one more time from the viewpoint of the people who made the cave painting, which most likely is the Zonai, it would obviously have been made because they wish to impart a story towards the viewer looking at it. Assuming that everything about this painting is intentional, think about why he is atop a horse, why he is brandishing his weapon. The meaning can be interpreted many ways, but it genuinely looks like the Zonai are trying to imply in this picture the re-emergence of Ganondorf and his foretold conquest of Hyrule happening once again. This could implicate there being a completely fresh incarnation of Ganondorf, one that incarnated during the time periods of Breath of the Wild. The key point here is re-emergence. Thousands of years have passed, and with it the passage of time has granted the people of Hyrule a greater understanding of the issues surrounding them. One such example of this understanding can be seen within the Gerudo tribe themselves. In the cutscene where Link defeats Thunderblight Ganon and attains Urbosa's fury, the following is stated by Urbosa.
The bitter essence of defeat from a century ago still sits upon my tongue. But that is now in the past. It was written that Calamity Ganon once adopted the form of a Gerudo. And that will make this victory all the more satisfying. I like that. Now I can take this personally. Once we've established a lock on that thing, it will be up to Link to keep Ganon occupied until the moment we unleash our strike. That moment is going to be so delicious.
From what we can interpret, Urbosa, a chieftain of the Gerudo tribe, deeply resented the fact that Calamity Ganon once adopted the form of a Gerudo and felt there was a deep wrong to be righted. Since the people of the Gerudo tribe accepted her as chief, it would also stand to show that they too share her feelings to such the extent they outlaw all men from town. After cross-checking this with Zeldapedia Wiki, it depicts a strong resentment and a deep sense of responsibility owed to right the wrongs of Ganon. Furthering this, creating a champion states Ganondorf as being the last known king of the Gerudo, and the practice of a Gerudo voe becoming king ended with Ganondorf, or was the last known male to be born into the tribe, which is a really important point to look at later. Anyway, back on topic. It's clear that the Gerudo have become aware of the fact a male is foretold as born into the Gerudo tribe every 100 years. Furthermore, as inferred by this particular piece of lore, always during this event of a male born into the Gerudo tribe is the emergence of Ganondorf, and each time he emerges, war, destruction, bloodshed, and to put it bluntly, if not simply, a whole lot of problems are suddenly dropped on the Gerudo. Just look at what happened during the events of Twilight Princess. The Gerudo army was decimated near absolutely by the opposing forces of Hyrule, leaving them absolutely crippled for years. In order to recover and rebuild their numbers and re-establish a decent foothold, they turned back to the deserts. Just look at the location they choose on the map of Breath of the Wild. To a typical Hylian, the deserts are an awful place to survive in. To a Hylian knight in armor, it's also a terrible place to wage war upon, as the sands themselves would greatly hinder mobility. It makes perfect sense that the Gerudo chose this area to rebuild. It's close to their roots and heritage, and it literally acts as a natural buffer to outsiders. All this points towards the Gerudo race being in great need. After losing out in the wars during the Twilight era, constantly dealing with failure after failure, problem after problem, it makes perfect sense that the Gerudo decided it was time to do something about the menace that was Ganondorf, and in time, they chose to cast him out. Perhaps it took something controversial for the Gerudo to finally tip even. Now this, thinkers, is where I enter the realms of deep speculation, and I do stress the word speculation. So proceed with caution and an open mind, because I am about to take a real stab at what might have been the entire backstory of Ganondorf leading up to his betrayal in Breath of the Wild. To begin, we must first look at the Sheikah. It is indisputable that the power the Sheikah's technology possessed was immense. The very idea of this technology falling into the wrong hands worried the residents of Hyrule so much that the royal family ordered the Sheikah to bury their technology, and so it was done. This decision, however, caused certain members of the Sheikah to resent the royal family, seeing the royal family's decision as unjustifiable. This extreme difference of view within the tribe members would cause the Sheikah to feel divided, and thus cause groups of factions to form, splitting the tribe apart, or more to the point, causing a schism within the tribe. Those that were loyal to Hyrule and the royal family would choose to remain as the Sheikah. Those that were in disagreement, however, would cast down the royal family and pledge their allegiance to Calamity Ganon, forming into their own separate group, the Yiga clan. Now, riddle me this, thinkers. The Yiga hideout is very close to the Gerudo's main area. Why is this? I'll answer that question in just a moment, but firstly consider this. The very first time Calamity Ganon was fought and defeated, we see that there's a huge amount of guardians as well as the 4 divine beasts surrounding Calamity and attacking it. What if, in this instance, the very first battle with Calamity, Ganondorf had not been captured or sealed? What if Ganondorf had created a truly massive and powerful phantom, the Great Calamity, and the Yiga, under advisal of Ganondorf, simply stated they pledged allegiance to Calamity Ganon, but not to Ganondorf himself? In virtually all dialogue I could find referring to the Yiga, there is no mention of Ganondorf, only the Calamity Ganon, but regardless, that would mean that the Yiga were actually serving Ganondorf himself, and not necessarily the entity we know as the Great Calamity. I mean, just think about it. Their base is literally right next to the Gerudo town. This leads me back to my previous question. Why is the Yiga hideout so close to the Gerudo tribe's location? Well, this Ganondorf, born within the era set in Breath of the Wild, most likely resided within the Gerudo's main area. Having the Yiga base relatively close but well hidden would be ideal. It was close to his main home, but remote enough for him to build his forces in secret even from his own people, the Gerudo. To put this into greater perspective, it was the perfect location for the King of Thieves to have a base of operations operations in which to plot the downfall of the royal family and other forces of Hyrule without alerting suspicion within his own tribe of what he was doing. Also, on a side note, the location is a very well chosen area from a strategic standpoint. The Yiga clan would not have chosen this area themselves. I mean, they literally can't understand the basic premise of a banana as bait. Let's just weigh it in. It's a remote location with hidden cave networks and passageways, which is very ideal when launching a series of planned attacks with the use of espionage, sabotage, assassinations, and guerrilla tactics. Given how close it is to the Gerudo area, it's just too smart and intentional of a move for the Yiga. Ganondorf himself would have had to have chosen the location. Another interesting point to raise is that the Yiga forces, their entire kit is just so perfectly in line with Ganondorf's goals. Now, I'll be explaining Ganondorf's goals and how I think he plotted to take over Hyrule in a moment. However, looking closely at the Yiga, they are essentially stealthy magic-powered ninjas with the ability to magically steal and transform into the appearance of others, teleport at any time, any place, even when attacking, and can also perform earth-based elemental attacks, although I'm yet to confirm if they can perform others. The basic foot soldier carries either a vicious sickle or a demon carver. Both are very light, one-handed dagger-like weapons which are great for quick silent assassination moves. They also have the duplex bow, which fires multiple arrows at once, making for decent range-based ambush attacks. And even if a Yiga was discovered or simply wished to attack an objective or target openly, they have a heavier melee weapon carried by blade masters known as Wind Cleaver, a katana that fires a very powerful air current at targets. Their kit is very niche and fairly duelist-centered, but that's fine, especially considering the fact they would be primarily trying to assassinate key figures and destroy or sabotage key resources. Oh, and let's not forget the fact they have the hero of the wild and the champions to deal with. Regardless, if you look past their predilections for bananas, Yiga are incredibly versatile and well optimized for surprise attacks and can quickly retreat or viciously retaliate after discovery if needed, which, as I said, fits Ganondorf's sneaky beaky goals. Speaking of Ganondorf's goals, by now you all can see the assumption I'm making, but regardless, I believe Ganondorf's plan was to insidiously and meticulously cripple and weaken Hyrule's forces in secret, sowing chaos amongst all the inhabitants of Hyrule with one end goal: to weaken Hyrule's forces enough that it would sway the Gerudo tribe into perceiving an opportunity and thus joining once more with Ganondorf for a direct assault on key areas, wiping out Ganondorf's opposition once and for all. Now the question does need to be asked, but why isn't Ganondorf attacking directly with the Gerudo or using their help at all here? Why go to all this effort with a different bowl of bananas? Well, here is the fundamental crux in what would be Ganondorf's plan to take over Hyrule. At this particular point of time, the Gerudo tribe would still feel pain and resentment towards losing the wars of the past and the losses they incurred in the Gerudo-Hylian War. Ganondorf would have been to an extent aware of how his people felt, as well as observed that they were too war-torn to even conceive the idea of going to war again. He knew he would have to create a secondary force in secret and weaken the forces of Hyrule enough to convince his people it was worth the risk to once more go to war with the royal family of Hyrule. So, with the help of the Yiga, he weakened the forces of Hyrule and forged an opportunity of his own. But what Ganondorf would not account for in this era of the wild was just how deep the resentment was. On the surface, his people appeared to seem glad they had a strong ruler helping to rebuild, but beneath everything, the Gerudo seethed. They remember the tales of the past Ganondorf. They remember how he failed. They remembered how his selfish conquests led to their downfall, and ultimately they dared to resent even Ganondorf himself. Ganondorf, blind to his ambition, most likely never suspected nor perceived their direct resentment towards himself, and here's where things would have gone very wrong for his plan. After Ganondorf had weakened and divided the forces of Hyrule with the assistance of monsters and Yiga attacks across the land, the opening Ganondorf wanted to strike directly and seize power finally appeared. Turning towards his people, the Gerudo, to rally them to his cause, he revealed his intentions of war and conquest to an already war-torn and battered tribe. He would speak of an opportunity at hand, a life beyond the sands, to his people. But the Gerudo would have none of it. They had accepted the way of the sand and valued peace with other tribes, as it had brought trade, commerce, and stability to the Gerudo people, and they were not about to give that up for one man's selfish ambitions. Before the Yiga can intervene, the Gerudo immediately cast down Ganondorf and capture him for daring to bring war and ruin once more, which would take Ganondorf by complete and utter surprise. Then, as a final peace offering, the Gerudo hand over the captured Ganondorf to the royal family of Hyrule, where he would be imprisoned for thousands of years until we see him inevitably break free from the seal placed upon him, as we see occurring in the teaser for the sequel. And I'm done. That's it. I'm actually done. There's nothing left on the script, and I'm running out of thinking juice. Huh. Man, that portal gun Kotlol made really has a kick to it. Well, hey, wait a minute. I'm in the Age of Calamity timeline. Wow, it's so cool. Everything from the Breath of the Wild timeline is fixed. Wait, what are you? Whoa, it's so cute. Look at the weirdo droid.
I'm a fire in my laser!
What the heck is this thing anyway? Cute intro. Hey thinkers, real quick, but this video contains spoilers to the story of Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity in regards to the Mystery Guardian. If you haven't played the game yet, here's your chance to pause the video, hit the like button, save the video to your watch later list, subscribe, and click the link in the top right corner to watch something else and come back later when you've played through. Now, with that warning said and done, let's continue. The Mystery Guardian, or Diminutive Guardian, a cute, adorable little baby guardian aptly named within the Zelda community as Egg Boy. In spite of its small size and adorably fierce nature, this little pocket rocket quite possibly is one of the most pivotal characters of the entire story to The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild, and also to Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity. So pivotal is this little egg knight to the story that it literally is the bridge between both games. Or should I say, the bridge between timelines. You see, thinkers, this little guy, whatever he's got under the hood of that little egg body of his, allows him to literally travel across space and time. Literally, we can see him ripping open a portal from the Breath of the Wild timeline into an entirely different timeline before the events of the Great Calamity's resurgence. Now, I want you all to pay close attention here because it's very obvious that Zelda knew of this Guardian's existence prior to its awakening in the crate. Clearly, during the point Zelda's powers awakened, the Guardian also activated. For those of you who don't know this, or maybe you just missed it during your time playing Age of Calamity, we find out that Zelda was exploring the many different relics of the past. Well, prior to the timeline of Age of Calamity, and to the Calamity's resurgence in Breath of the Wild, we find out that Zelda had recreated or given life to the Diminutive Guardian. Telling this in further detail, during Zelda's childhood, she was tinkering away with Guardian parts, and during an experiment with a Guardian screw Zelda had blessed with her powers of Hylia, somehow had given life to this adorable little egg knight. Upon creating it, she jumped with joy, presenting it to her mother and naming it Terraco. Terraco truly gave a different meaning to the word Guardian, as it took on the role of looking after and protecting Zelda, as well as providing emotional comfort by playing the classic song we all know and love from Ocarina of Time, Zelda's Lullaby.
That song.
Now, according to different sources, after the death of Princess Zelda's mother, her father, King Rome, confiscated the Guardian, seeing it as a distraction from her training to unlock her powers of the goddess. Returning now to the opening cutscene from Age of Calamity, which is set during the time Link in the timeline of Breath of the Wild had succumbed to the exhaustion from his wounds, and Zelda had stepped in to protect him from the hordes of possessed
possessed guardians. It is at this point, thinkers, that we reveal just who Terrako really was. Terrako, in spite of being called the diminutive guardian, was actually truly entitled the Guardian of Time, a beautiful and very obvious gesture by Nintendo in reference to Ocarina of Time's Hero of Time. Oddly enough, Terrako even plays a very similar role to the Hero of Time as a time-traveling hero of sorts, and even sees himself as a royal Hylian knight under the service of the princess. Ultimately though, as is the case with most time-traveling characters, often they are their own undoing. You see, to save Zelda, Terrako tried and succeeded in fooling Calamity into traveling into the past. The problem, however, lies in the fact that by traveling into the past, it meant that there would be a past version of Terrako. Now, why is this a problem? Well, it's a massive problem because Terrako's past self was never activated, and because of that fact, it meant that Calamity could find and possess that past version of Terrako. Thankfully, this evil past version of Terrako couldn't time travel like our diminutive future friend here, but it basically meant that Calamity had a means of which to cause issues within the past as well. This evil egg boy is aptly entitled within the game as Catalyst of the Calamity, Harbinger Ganon, and whilst Terrako had traveled into the past to alter the events of the timeline, Harbinger Ganon's job was to attempt to prevent the changes to the timeline to ensure there was no changes to the full awakening of Calamity Ganon and its ruination of Hyrule. In spite of Terrako's best efforts and even changing events of the past causing a shift in the timeline's events, inevitably we clearly see that Harbinger Ganon does indeed succeed in reaching its full potential and transforms into its true form, Calamity Ganon. Now, I won't go into the battle with the Great Calamity, as that's basically a completely different topic for another video, and has pretty much nothing to do with Terrako or Harbinger Ganon. But I do have one final question I'd like to pose to all my epic thinkers who've watched the video to this point. Is Terrako traveling through just time in a closed loop, or time and space? By that I mean, is Terrako traveling into a completely different alternate dimension, aka a different timeline altogether? And does this mean everything in Breath of the Wild's timeline is changed? Oh, hey there, how's it going? It's me, Thinkafurr, and after playing Age of Calamity, it's left me with many thoughts and questions. But before I answer anything, I just want to quickly put it out there. This video has major spoilers for Age of Calamity, and I'd hate to spoil this game for anyone. So please, if you aren't ready for that, hit the like button, save the video to your watch later list, subscribe, and come back after you've played through. Now, having said that and giving sufficient time for you all to put on something else in my playlist of theories, let's get right into this video. With the release of Age of Calamity, we can finally go back 100 years and observe the various battles Link and the champions took part in. But what in the world are these things? The game refers to them as hollows, and it's pretty obvious they are made from blight matter. So just what are they? Well, thinkers, sit back, get cozy, and be sure to follow me on Twitter later because it's time for a thought process. Hollows. These unusual and familiar forms are first encountered in Korok Forest during the battle to free Korok Forest. Looking at the champions' hollows physically, it's pretty obvious they're pretty much identical to the champions of the past. However, when you look at how they behave, it's clear that their attack combinations and abilities are also the same as the champions. So just what is a
a hollow exactly? Some kind of zombie? Or perhaps a copy or some form of mimicry? Or is it all of the above, happening all at once? Well, to answer this properly, we need to understand how the corruptive blight magic of Calamity works when used to create the hollows, among other things. So taking a closer look at the blight matter and what we can observe about its behavior, we can deduce the following. Most things the blight matter comes into contact with end up corrupted and controlled. In a lot of cases, the body is completely changed as the blight matter takes full control. In the case of the dragon deity Naydra, it fell victim to the blight matter and was under the control of Calamity Ganon because of this. However, there is a catch. Naydra is one of the few examples where one can fall victim to the corruptive influence of blight matter and still turn out okay. If freed in time, of course. As we can see, Naydra visibly has blight matter on its body, but is still alive and can be freed by Link from the hold of the blight matter, which, sadly, is a lot more than I could say for the many other creatures and people whom never escaped, like the champion. Speaking of which, why are the hollows, which at this point I'm going to pretty much say are the champions of the future timeline where the events of Breath of the Wild take place, now fighting Link in the past during the events of Age of Calamity? Just how did the hollow champions travel back in time? Well, it's actually pretty easy to explain. In fact, it's a detail we see right at the beginning of Age of Calamity. When the opening cutscene plays, we see two guardians activating. The first and most obvious guardian to activate is the mystery guardian in the crate, in response to Zelda's call to action. Then, in response to this, Calamity Ganon possessed a guardian stalker nearby and tries to fire upon the mystery guardian, who narrowly escapes the blast and jumps into the portal through time. Now, watch very closely because you might miss it like I did the first time I played. The moment Calamity knew it had missed, we actually see the red blight of Calamity Ganon leaving the Stalker Guardian to follow the Mystery Guardian through the portal in time. This clearly shows that Calamity Ganon traveled back in time, along with the Mystery Guardian, to the past where Age of Calamity is set, and in a rather strange twist of events, Calamity found and possessed the body of the Mystery Guardian that existed in the past. But even more important to note, in this particular point of time that Calamity had traveled back in time, he had already defeated Link, slain the champions, and absorbed the champions' organic matter, adding their bodies and their powers to its collective intelligence. Now that said, this raises another question, which is a side note, but still rather important. Why are there two baby guardians in the past? One good and one bad. And how does this relate to the Hollow's creation, as well as the blights? And why does HoloLink even exist? Well, I'll answer all of that in just a moment, but I think it's wise to point out to all you epic thinkers watching that this next part contains major spoilers to Age of Calamity. Here's just a few seconds right now for anyone not wanting to see spoilers to pause the video and skip ahead. Now, with that second spoiler warning done, let's try to answer some of these questions at the very least. So, let's start with the easiest question. How are the Hollow champions and the blights connected to the possessed baby guardian of the past? Well, one explanation simply put is that the blights are the champions of the past, and so too are the Hollows. If that's the case, then what gives? What makes them different? Well, pretty much barely anything, except for one detail. Remember how in one of my previous videos, I touched upon explaining how Calamity Ganon may have assumed control of the divine beasts by corrupting and controlling the champions by trapping them in what is speculated to be power armor made by the Sheikah to amplify their powers and work in combination with the divine beasts? If the answer is no, you haven't seen it, there's a link in the top right corner for it, as well as within the video description description. Now, for those of you who have seen that video, well, I think you can see where I'm going with this. The blights are just the hollow corpses of the champions in the past that were absorbed by Ganon, just simply summoned in their now fully corrupted state, which likely is a more powerful state of being compared to the hollow champions and even the living champions themselves. Remember previously that we made the observation that blight magic seems to have a memory of whatever it absorbs. Well, perhaps the blights could have been summoned at any point within Age of Calamity, but of course, Calamity Ganon would follow some kind of strategy, right? Calamity's behavior has always followed a methodical and insidious approach of collecting and corrupting its enemies and their weapons and turning them back against one another. Now, based on this parasitic behavior that Calamity Ganon exhibits, it's possible the reasoning behind why the blights have been summoned into the past timeline by Calamity Ganon is because the Hollows simply failed to prevent the Master Sword from being freed, and overall, they failed to kill the champions, the princess, and the chosen hero. Hence why Calamity Ganon then escalated to using the blights to once again assume control over the divine beasts and kill the other champions in the past. At least, that's what its plans were. Anyway, remember that during the time period the champions fought against the blights in Age of Calamity, we already see Malice leaking from the divine beasts. This infers that Calamity had managed to take control of the beasts in this timeline prior to killing the champions, and that's more than likely only possible because the blights themselves contain the hollow corpses of the champions and their abilities. Now that I've answered that particular question, let's answer the final question. So, I saved this one for last because honestly, it's pretty wild and extremely speculatory to answer, and some may find it a bit of a cop-out, but I do genuinely want to know what you all think in the comments below, so comment what you think of the following answer to this question. Why does Link and Link exist? Well, the first answer is that perhaps there was 3 timelines. A reboot of the original 3, a downfall timeline where the champions and Link all died, and their bodies and abilities were absorbed by Ganon, but the final disaster was averted when Zelda fooled Ganon into leaving the timeline by traveling into the past with the Mystery Guardian. Then, a second timeline, the adult timeline, where Link was resurrected some 100 years later to return to a ruined but salvageable Hyrule to bring new life to it once more, just like the Hero of Time did in Ocarina of Time. And lastly, a third rebooted timeline, the Child timeline, 100 years ago, where Link was able to avert the crisis and defeat the evil before it could bring ruin, with the immense power of Zelda's help, of course. I do quite genuinely love this idea of a rebooted timeline, however, it causes so much of a shift within the main timeline already that it's gonna cause a huge headache when I try to make a video explaining that. So, link in the top right corner for when that comes out, if at all. The other more easier alternative to explaining Hollow Link in the past is that Ganon couldn't fully absorb Link's body, but came into contact with it, much like Naydra, and likely his form and movesets were indeed copied, but Link escaped or was saved from such a fate by Zelda. Unless Link really did die in the past timeline, yeah, nah, kidding. We saw him wake up good as new back at the beginning of Breath of the Wild. Sadly though, the champions really did die in the future and were completely integrated within the Great Calamity's collective hive mind or intelligence. Anyway, that crazy explanation of the Hollows aside, I'm out of time, thinkers.
Link, we've come to aid ye! Oh, news! It's
It's Calamity Ganon!
He thought it was your friend, but it was me, Ganon!
Breath of the Wild. It's been over a year since that trailer for the sequel, and up until recently, we've had no hope of anything new for Zelda in 2020. That is until, quite literally a few weeks ago, they announced and teased a prequel to Breath of the Wild, The Age of Calamity. We've been promised huge battles across Hyrule, telling the story of the past wars occurring 100 years prior to the game Breath of the Wild. By that notion, we can all assume it's going to be canon, and this is extremely exciting in theory, but that's not really what we're here to talk about today, thinkers. I think, though, that it's safe to say we are all really excited to play as the champions, and honestly, I'm really looking forward to the Legend of the Champions Calamity. I mean, just look at how awesome their abilities are. Anyway, the backstory of the champions is something we've barely even scratched the surface of. And whilst I could, in this video, speculate upon how the game takes place among other things, there's something more pressing I want to talk about. The elephant that's been in the room for some time. For all of us. Something far more important. Something far more darker and sinister. Something we've been dying to know for the longest time. Just what happened to the champions? How were they bested by the blights? Or more specifically, how did they become the blights? Well, thinkers, open up Task Manager and run thonk.exe because it's time for a thought process. Alright, so by now most of the community has played through and completed Breath of the Wild, but out of courtesy to those who haven't, here's a spoiler warning for a game released in 2017. Now that all said, let's go right ahead and dive straight in. Collectively, most of us have by now well and truly understood the champions fell and died some time ago, slain before the twisted malevolent forms of the blights. I find it quite odd, however, that when you slay each of the blights, then and only then can the spirit of each champion be freed and take on a completely realized form. From this, it can be logical to somehow conclude that the blights are actually the champions. Whoa, wait up. This sounds kinda ridiculous, right? There's literally no way, right? Well, maybe. Just give it a moment. Looking at the strange blend of Sheikah mechanics and metallic parts contrasted by the corrupted organic matter formed clearly with the dark powers of Calamity Ganon, they formulate the ferociously dark and spectered forms of the blights, their forms each aptly named after the elemental powers they wield as well as the elemental powers of the champions. This parallel between the blights and the champions doesn't simply end here. Remember when we first reached Impa? She retells the tale of a great war some many years ago to defeat Calamity Ganon with the powers of the champions, the hero, the princess, and lastly, the Sheikah's technology. When the tapestry finally pans out, we see the divine beasts and their champions all in the respective corners of this tapestry surrounding Calamity Ganon. Isn't it strange that each champion looks far more mechanical? Their appearances are extremely similar to the form of the blights. Why? Why indeed. Before that, let's take a look at each of the blights collectively. Within each of the divine beasts, upon entering the chambers in what is essentially the cockpit or control center of the respective divine beast, lies a blight Ganon. When Link interacts with the central hub, which is strangely quite large, we trigger off a boss event. Blue Sheikah energy will emanate within the room, gathering and forming as a blight teleports into the chamber. Placing each champion beside the blight forms, we can already draw similarities. Water Blight. Fire Blight and Thunder Blight each have categorically the same melee weapons as their champion counterparts. Wind Blight Ganon also has a ranged weapon, an arm cannon, to match the ranged bow weapon of Revali. Collectively, each Blight also uses the same powers as the champions. Fire Blight has a barrier much in the same like Daruk has. Thunder Blight can summon powerful blasts of lightning just like Urbosa can at the snap of a finger. Wind Blight can summon huge gales of wind just like Revali. And lastly, Water Blight Ganon, who can manipulate water just like Mipha. And this, by the way, is confirmed. Mipha, as shown in the Age of Calamity tease, fires off massive jets of water at her opponents. At first glance, it's startling how similar the Blight's weapons and abilities really are. But when you look closely at the bodies of the Blights themselves, you'll see the shape of these mechanical monstrosities is surprisingly quite similar, like something straight out of a sci-fi movie, although perhaps that's not really hitting the nail on the head well enough. No, what I have in mind to suggest is far more along the lines of an action hero movie like Iron Man. This is where the tapestry comes back into mind, and we return back to the Sheikah and their technology. Thinking back, remember that these monstrosities are canonically made up from Sheikah technology. Also, remember how at the start of each boss fight, we see them appear from the blue energy of the Sheikah. And remember how when we defeat them, they vanish and disappear in a similar flash of energy. Well, that's just it. They aren't being created from the energy. Instead, they are actually teleporting using the exact same magic as the Sheikah Slate, as seen when Link fast travels. The parts found on each Blight all seem to fit and work together almost a little too well. Like a suit. That's right, a suit. What I am proposing to you all is that the Sheikah made the champions each a specialized power armor suit similar to the Iron Man suit, except that these suits were designed to augment the powers of each champion further with the power of the divine beasts, as well as to enhance their physical prowess on the battlefield and also potentially allow them to control the beasts by synchronizing with their Sheikah slates. Now, whilst this would be an awesome prospect to see within Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity, seeing the champions blasting massive armies with Sheikah-powered suits of mechanized magic, this has other, more darker implications for our champions. Remember that the champions were collectively bested by Calamity Ganon, and the war was effectively lost when Ganon took control of the Divine Beasts and Guardians, but especially the Divine Beasts. The Divine Beasts aren't like the Guardians. They require a pilot to control them. The only reason we see them walking is because by the point Link reached them, they were under the control of Ganon. And then, when they weren't, they were under the control of a champion's spirit, haunting and inhabiting the metallic bodies of each beast. There is other evidence also furthering this point, such as the fact each beast can also be controlled by Link using a Sheikah slate, and each champion also had their own slates to control the beasts as well. Now, how does this relate to the fate of the champions and their insanely swole Sheikah-powered armor? Well, brace yourselves, because this gets really messy and extremely disturbing to think on. Calamity Ganon never took control of the Divine Beasts directly. Instead, he took control of the champions who controlled the beasts. When the champions rushed to the beasts and donned their power armor to gain the advantage in battle, Calamity took its chance to take control of their suits and quite literally trapped them in the suits, starving them and killing them slowly, controlling them like literal puppets of the flesh, forcing them to use their Sheikah slates, and in turn, the Divine Beasts as well, using them to serve their unwanted puppeteers' evil bidding. With all due respect, the fate of the champions is tragic beyond any words I could use to describe, as the protectors of Hyrule were forced against their will into destroying Hyrule and those they loved. Calamity turned them into literal living, breathing puppets. And let me just also say that this isn't really a massive stretch to suggest either. We've seen him do this before to Zelda herself in Twilight Princess by literally using his dark powers to inhabit the body of Zelda, possessing her. Also, to further justify the suggestion of dark puppetry at play. Looking back at those massive computer terminals Link activates prior to fighting any of the blights, perhaps what these terminals really are is something much more than a computer, but also the cockpit in which a champion sits when piloting a divine beast. Evidence that can suggest this is that when Link interacts with the terminal, we see Malice leaking directly from inside it. Then, shortly afterwards, we observe Sheikah energy exiting the terminal, thus indicating that the blight was teleporting from inside the terminal. This is just it. Only the command of a champion is capable of controlling a divine beast, and because of this, Calamity could not simply, as I said earlier, take direct control of a beast. A champion would never have willingly served Calamity Ganon, hence why Ganon needed the bodies of the champions and their Sheikah slates. So, by taking possession of the suits when the champions equipped them, he was able to trap them and thus could effectively control their bodies and their slates, enslaving them physically to his will, thus turning the divine beasts upon Hyrule and its inhabitants via the forced and unwilling hands of the champions. Truly, it's tragic. By the time Link would find his way to fight the blights, his friends would be long dead within the suits. This is why the blights look somewhat misshapen. Their bodies, now a corrupted organic mass, had decayed over the many years. Honestly, is it any wonder the spirits of each champion remained within the mortal world so strongly? In fact, they could create or manifest into nearly corporeal bodies even. Spirits are often only seen lingering on in the living world when they die a tragic and/or traumatic death in some form of deeply regretful manner. The champions were clearly and completely denied their victory and purpose to such a point they were forced into causing the destruction of Hyrule and the people they dearly swore to protect and care for. Truly, the death of the champions is horrifying, and it doesn't make me feel much better or more comfortable personally knowing their spirits are freed and able to fulfill what little is left of their mission and purpose after the defeat of the blights, but it does raise some further points. If the divine beasts are completed prior to the fight with Calamity Ganon, all 4 of the blights can be seen integrated within Calamity Ganon itself. But if the divine beasts were skipped, then Link still ends up facing off against the 4 blights individually prior to fighting Calamity Ganon, who, regardless, will still end up absorbing the blights. At first glance, this might seem like a hole in the theory, as it raises the question of whether the suits really were created by the Sheikah or were just random amalgamations of Calamity. However, the answer to this question only serves to justify the theory further. When Link defeats any of the blights, aka the suits with the bodies of the champions, regardless of whether it's in a divine beast or in Hyrule Castle, we all see the blights disappear in a blinding flash of energy. This is relatively simple to explain. The blights, or rather should I say, the corruption within the suits, aren't actually separate beings at all from Calamity Ganon, but rather instead the Great Calamity utilizing its corruptive powers to control the suits collectively at the same time. There is no separation of consciousness. The blights are not separate creatures, just lumps of corruptive mass that happened across the Sheikah's suits. When it became clear clear to Ganon that the suits of the now-dead champions could not defeat Link individually, Calamity simply used the inherent Sheikah technology within the suits and the champions to teleport them to him to absorb them in preparation of the inevitably predictable final battle between the hero of the wild and Ganon. Thinkers, the answers to the champion's dark fate is so simple, and it's been staring at you all the entire time. At least, that's what this theory stands to show anyway, and it does present a long string of evidence. But in all honesty, we can't know truly for certain until the Age of Calamity is released and we play and find out for ourselves. So till then, my thinkers, this is where we all stand. But what do you all think? Are the Sheikah suits real, or are they just a random work of evil genius formulated from a string of Guardian parts and Calamity Ganon's wicked ability to ad-lib technology he just barely took control of? And what about the dark fate of the champions? Well, let me know in the comments below. Ooh, the new teaser's out! Yay! Finally, I can get my hands on some fresh new sequel news. Huh, that's a little creepy, if not disarming. I mean, disconcerting.
Ha!
Alright, how's it going everyone? Thinkafurr here, and well, as you might imagine, after a day or so of the teaser coming out, it's hard to keep my hands off writing new theories. Nani? That was a bad pun, but I swear there was no malicious intent. However, looking over at the teaser, we can clearly see Link's arm being consumed by Malice, and in visible pain, thus demonstrating that either his arm was taken and or destroyed or burned badly by the Malice. Then, shortly afterwards, we see Link's arm being either repaired and augmented / enhanced with what appears as Zonai or Sheikah technology.
Why won't you die, nanomachine son?
It's a little hard to decide, as the green glow really does draw my mind's eye towards the eerie glow of the Zonai ruins and such, but I digress. What could Link's new magical and mechanical arm implicate for the core game mechanics and for the overall plot for the sequel to Breath of the Wild? Is this some new kind of weapon or armorment? Get it? Ugh, my brain's puns have been disarmed temporarily. Oh, the pain. It's time for a thought process. Alright, so diving right in. Looking at Link's arm, my first thoughts that come to mind is, what exactly was Link doing in this present moment? Personally, I think he was trying to interact with the sealed body. Maybe he was trying to attack it with the Master Sword to try and seal it. If we just replay this trailer back slowly, you can see the hilt of the Master Sword. In all likelihood, the probability of this is quite high, but what does this mean for the Master Sword? Well, perhaps it was damaged or corrupted or shattered into many pieces and scattered across Hyrule. Which leads me to my next point. In many cases of a story being retold once again, often when creators want to write a redemption story for the main hero, they will give the hero some sort of injury or illness and use it as a plot device to reset the character in some way. In the first Breath of the Wild game, Nintendo inserts the player's start point at the exact moment Link awakens after a long and deep slumber post-recovering from a grave and terrible injury. Adding to this, Link even has amnesia. This personally left me with a worrying sense that Link had lost all of his skills and was vulnerable. It also incentivized me to want to actually explore the game and find out more about Link's past and lost experiences. Which leads me back to Link's new arm. Clearly it glows with a mysterious and green power, boasting what appears to be a mechanical augmentation. Whether or not this enhances Link's strength or not physically, well, I feel like that's more of a side point. I speculate that the reason it glows green is because Link is actually going to be given Zonai rune powers, of which replace the powers Link has on his Sheikah Slate. Furthermore, I actually think the Zonai arm will replace the function of the Sheikah Slate and allow access to Zonai dungeons or shrines. Personally, I really hope it's gonna be dungeons over shrines. The shrine grind of Breath of the Wild was really fun, and I welcomed the challenge as it was different and challenging, but I don't think Nintendo is gonna make us do that all again. They will almost certainly want to innovate and do something different, given how long and somewhat tedious the shrine grind was. Given that there's over 100 shrines. Don't even get me started on the Korok seeds. Anyway, I think it would be really cool to be able to access Zonai ruins using the new Zonai arm. And speaking of which, it would be really cool to also know exactly what kind of Zonai powers Link is gonna wield. It's clear that Link gets some sort of wibbly-wobbly time travel no-clip ability of some sort, and I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that generally speaking there is gonna be time travel involved in some way or another with the plot. But either way, that's a detail that honestly we're not gonna work out until the game's released or Nintendo releases a new trailer, so maybe I'll set that one aside. Oh, also, what's up with the details on Link's shield? We can see 4 hollow triangles and 3 full triangles. Well, to be honest, I think that this detail may relate to how Link's hand was destroyed and possibly whatever happened to the Master Sword in that moment his hand was destroyed, but this is all stuff for another video. Link in the top right corner for that one. Phew, this new hands-on approach to doing Zelda Theory rants is really starting to tire me out. So I'm gonna leave it here and let all you wonderful thinkers decide on just what exactly is going on here with Link's hand. Drop a comment below and let me know what you all think. Also, if you liked the video, hit the like button and subscribe for more videos in the future.
You cannot stop me. You are but one man, puny elf boy.
This is getting out of hand. Now there are 4 of them.
What's up, thinkers? Thinkafurr back once again with yet another Breath of the Wild 2 video. The E3 2021 sequels really got my brain buzzing. There's so much to cover and observe and talk about, and I honestly am struggling to fit it all into different videos, but today I want to really cut to the chase here and address a detail that honestly was overlooked by many, and really, even if you had a sharp eye, would have missed in the E3 trailer. This tiny detail being that when Link's arm was consumed by Malice, he was evidently holding the Master Sword, and implicatively appearing to have attempted to swing it at something only to fail and, as explained previously, became injured. But that's the thing. Potentially, Link's arm isn't the only thing to have been injured or damaged, so to speak. Yes, that's right, thinkers. It's possible that the Master Sword itself was potentially broken or damaged and or corrupted during this moment in which Link was overwhelmed by the Malice, and this, thinkers, opens the realm to much speculation regarding Breath of the Wild 2's main questline. So, with the possibility of a broken Master Sword laid out on the table, let's try and pick up the pieces and hopefully have this speculative thought process come to a decisive conclusion. Maybe. Alright, as I said earlier, it's visibly apparent that Link is trying to either swing or use the Master Sword in some way. Now obviously Link is overwhelmed by the Malice, and at this point it's clear that something may happen to the Master Sword here. Perhaps in this moment, the Master Sword is broken or corrupted, and if that is true, well, this plot decision by Nintendo in hindsight shouldn't surprise anyone, as we saw signs of its wear and tear over time. If it really is broken, then it presents two main questions. Will Link set out on a quest to repair it, or will Link attain a different Blade of Legend? Well, to be fair, I actually think both of these questions could be occurring sort of at the same time, hand in hand, so to speak. Looking at a few hints within the trailer, and yes, I'll look at some hints both in gameplay and elsewhere later on, but looking at what we find in the trailer, specifically the new shield design, clearly, we can see the shield design has 3 full triangles and 4 hollow triangles. It also has a eye kind of rolling back into itself with 4 kind of tendril-like appendages and 2 swirls on either side. Uh-oh, Zonai alert. But seriously, I really just think that that's maybe a reference to 4 swords, as the 3 triangles might be referring to the triforce, and the 4 triangles may just be referring to Link being able to split himself into 4 different versions of himself. In addition to this, the creepy looking eye, whilst it does kind of give me a Sheikah kind of vibe, really gives me more of an inclination to think of Vati. It does kind of have a creature-like appearance. Anyway, whilst this could just be an Easter egg or just a small cute little reference to 4 swords, perhaps Link really will attain the 4 sword in Breath of the Wild 2 and utilize its kit and potential whilst the Master Sword needs repairing or retempering. Perhaps due to the damage that was sustained when Link was consumed by the Malice, the Master Sword might just in fact revert back to being the Goddess Sword. Maybe Link will have to swap varyingly between the Goddess Sword and the 4 sword. Or perhaps Zelda will have the Goddess Sword and Link will have the 4 sword. Either way, this opens the realm of possibility for Nintendo to split Link into 4 separate Links again, and in turn allowing for the creation of more complex dungeons, and maybe even implement a multiplayer option. If so, I really hope that Nintendo sticks away from the gimmicky side of things, but if they do implement some kind of a gimmick like, I don't know, maybe making us use another console altogether to play it, well, maybe they might have us using the Nintendo 3DS instead of the Game Boy Advanced, just like in 4 Swords how they had us using the Game Boy Advanced with the GameCube. Either way, I really hope Nintendo sticks away from that kind of stuff, but let's move on. Looking at some of the details within the original game of Breath of the Wild, we see upon the tapestry the ancient hero and princess. Now, from what we can see, the ancient hero has been illustrated as garbed in green attire and holding a blade of legend. Curiously, this blade that is being held is also strangely green as well. In addition to these curious design choices for the Blade of Legend, the hilt design is completely different altogether than that of the Master Sword's own hilt. Instead, the shape overall appears to be reminiscent of the 4 Swords hilt. However, the coloration of this blade is completely different than that of the 4 Swords. Now, whilst this Blade of Legend held by the hero on the tapestry is visibly different than that of the Master Sword or the 4 Sword, and yet sharing similar characteristics, we have seen a Blade of Legend in the past, both with a similar hilt design and the same coloration. Once again, we see yet another moment of Breath of the Wild harkening back to Skyward Sword, as we see it was the original hero of the sky who wielded the Goddess Sword. The Goddess Sword was a green and mystical blade created by Hylia and imbued with the sword spirit Phi. This blade historically has had many names, but ultimately will become the sword we all know and have swung around for many years. The sword that seals the darkness, the fabled blade of evil's bane, the Skyward Sword, or more commonly referred to as the Master Sword. But wait, didn't I say that it doesn't look anything like the Master Sword on the tapestry? And wasn't the Master Sword kind of broken? And how does the Force Sword even come into this? It's a high probability, as I said earlier, that Link will either break or damage or corrupt the Master Sword in that moment he is overwhelmed by the Malice. Because of this, Link may in fact have to go through a redemption arc and possibly walk once more in the footsteps of his ancient ancestor, the Hero of the Sky, all the while wielding the Force Sword in the interim of retempering the Goddess Sword back into the form of the Master Sword. If this is true, it's likely the Goddess Sword will have some sort of usage, but it will probably be very niche or limited. Either way, this speculation points towards Link having to go on a symbolic quest not only to reforge or retemper the Goddess Sword back into the form of the Master Sword, but also to reforge and retemper his spirit as the hero. Maybe not in the same way as Link, the Hero of Time, had to go through during Majora's Mask, but nonetheless, I believe Breath of the Wild 2 will be about reaffirming Link as a hero and maybe even redefining him from the Hero of the Wild to perhaps a completely new kind of hero, a fresh start or a clean slate, if you will. To be fair, I think the Master Sword needs a fresh new slate as well, given how much wear and tear it had during Breath of the Wild, and maybe this is it, thinkers. Maybe the Master Sword may in fact go through some sort of reset or transformation. Either way, I'm out of time, thinkers. Let me know what you all think in the comments below. Revali, champion of the Rito and pilot of the divine beast Va Medo. Truly, Revali soars above your common citizen of Hyrule. I think though, what really makes Revali stand out from the other champions, and I'm being very specific when I say he stands out, not above the other champions, is his blatantly obnoxious rivalry with the chosen hero. At nearly every point, the Hero of Hyrule helps Revali. He pretty much drops the gratitude in place of a snarky gag, despite clearly knowing there was nothing he could do without the chosen hero after being saved. Call it a personality quirk, if you will, but he really thinks pulling the Master Sword was easy, and that by him being one of the champions, he too could pull it from the pedestal and wield it. Now, we all know collectively that pulling the Master Sword is no mean feat, and it truly would take the heart of a champion to free it from the pedestal and even more so to wield it. But what if we played devil's advocate for a moment and believed him? Can the champions even wield the Master Sword to full potential, like Link is able to do? Is it really possible for a champion to even wrest the fabled blade of evil's bane from its resting place? Well, thinkers, Revali's hot air and snark aside, it's time for a thought process. So, I think one thing to start off with is the fact one needs to be pure of heart to wield the Master Sword. After all, it's called the Blade of Evil's Bane for a reason. It literally is toxic, if not implied to be the death of anything that is evil. And even if you weren't pure of heart, it could have drastic consequences if you came into contact with it. Looking at the champions, one might think perhaps they aren't pure pure of heart because perhaps they aren't the chosen hero. However, in this scene within Korok Forest, it's visibly apparent. The champions can see Hestu and the other Koroks, which usually is only possible if pure of heart. This raises a bit of a tangential question, but if the Master Sword was hidden within the Lost Woods, where Hestu and the Koroks live, was it because the very existence of the Korok people were a good indication, or should I say it, a good test of any passerby's purity of heart to see if the chosen hero was close by? Well, maybe, but I'll save that for another time. What's important to gather from this, however, is that the champions are evidently pure of heart. Yes, even Revali. So, what gives? Does it mean they can pull the Master Sword? Well, the Master Sword might require you to be pure of heart, but it also requires you to be strong of body. Although Breath of the Wild seems to show it more as a strength of heart, as you are required to literally have 14 hearts to pull it, rather than a heap of stamina wheels. Now, this is open to interpretation, as within Age of Calamity, we can pretty much level up the champions to have 14 or more hearts prior to entering Korok Forest. Although, that's through leveling, and I don't want to know just how many hours goes into doing that. Anyway, regardless of whatever leveling you do, or how many hours you put into that, it's a factor we cannot really measure for the champions, but let's just assume they were strong of body, or heart. What would be the determining factor as to if they could pull the Master Sword? Well, there's one final factor or determining trait that defines if a person can wield the Master Sword. And sorry, Revali, but this is where you're just gonna have to put your feathers where your mouth is on this one. The heroic deeds of the champions certainly makes them worthy of the title of champion, and even the title of a hero. That much should be obvious. What sets them apart as heroes from Link, however, in regards to being able to use the Master Sword, is that they lack the spirit of the chosen hero. Returning back to Skyward Sword, the champions of Breath of the Wild are all heroes in their own respect. But they are not the reincarnation of the chosen hero of old, the same hero handpicked by the goddess Hylia herself. Hylia, the goddess who watched over the lands of Hyrule long ago and fought to protect Hyrule from Demise, creating within that great battle the Goddess Sword, which was the Master Sword within its infantile state, a hero incarnated from raw, unfiltered power Hylia wields, and Phi, the spirit who sleeps within the Master Sword to guide the chosen hero time and time again. This, thinkers, is the final third piece of the puzzle in determining if one is to wield the Master Sword. The fabled Blade of Evil's Bane cannot be wielded by anyone lacking any single one of those three main components, and is also why the champions could never have been able to wield the Master Sword or even use its true power in the first place. Pulling the sword from its pedestal might just be possible for the champions though. Well, I guess that settles it. Even if the champions could pull the Master Sword because they were pure of heart and strong of body, they can't use it to its full potential. Link has all three attributes: purity of heart, strong in body, and is the literal reincarnation of an ancient hero who was handpicked by a god. But I guess because the champions can fit into the first two, it means Revali could actually pull the Master Sword from the pedestal too. Whether he could actually be useful with it, well, that's one thought process I think I'll let the comments section sort out. But thinkers, there's one final question remaining. Could Terrako use the Master Sword? He's made by Zelda, right? Doesn't that make him a chosen hero? Probably not. But hey, I might just make a video exploring the chosen egg boy later on, so link in the top right corner for that one. Anyway, I'm out of time, thinkers.
Hey everyone, it's me, Thinkafurr, and I'm back with yet another tangent to tell. This time we turn our attention to Breath of the Wild 2. Finally, thinkers, the wait for Breath of the Wild 2 news is over. With the release of Nintendo's E3 2021 teaser for Breath of the Wild, there's so much to discuss now, and speculate upon, which is exactly what we're going to be doing in this mini-series. So let's turn our attention skyward and get to thinking, because it's time for a thought process. So the first and probably the most visually obvious thing to point out is Link's outfit. In the teaser, we can clearly see Link has an outfit that is very similar to one of the outfits Link has in Skyward Sword. Next up, we can see that Link has a falling mechanic that's very similar to the falling mechanic we see in Skyward Sword. Personally, I'd be very interested to see if they are in fact implementing this as a game mechanic, or if it's just a cutscene. Whether or not this is just something we see in a cutscene or an actual feature in gameplay mechanics, it's a very strong and clear reference to Skyward Sword. With these two very overt references to Skyward Sword, it does raise an interesting question. Could this potentially hint Breath of the Wild 2's timeline placement? The main game of Breath of the Wild has references to Skyward Sword, but it also has references to all the other games, thus making its placement kind of ambiguous. And that was intentional by the developers' part, but I feel like we should leave the question of whether or not Breath of the Wild 2 is placed anywhere near Skyward Sword maybe out in the open here, because it is worth exploring, and there is a lot more similarities than just what I've said so far. Quite literally, in somewhat of an ironic twist, if we turn our attention to the sky, visibly we can see floating islands. Now, these islands potentially may hold dungeons or settlements, maybe even hidden chests with items for Link to loot. It's almost like Nintendo is taking us back to the skies, back to where it all began. Now, for new Zelda fans who came to Zelda after Breath of the Wild's release, you might have missed Skyward Sword, but this is the game where the Master Sword, also known as the Goddess Sword, was created, and the video game's title, Skyward Sword, is a reference quite literally to the Master Sword itself, as the Master Sword has an ability called Skyward Strike. Now, this is a very clear parallel. The fact that Breath of the Wild 2 has floating islands, just like Skyward Sword does, really does show a strong possibility of a return to the skies, and this opens the door to other questions. If Link really is returning to the skies, to follow in the footsteps of the first chosen hero, why is he returning? Did something happen to the Skyward Sword, aka the Master Sword? We know definitely that something terrible happens to Link, as we clearly see his arm being, well, badly damaged. Gotta keep this family friendly. Anyway, it's clear that we won't get any answers until the game's release, but if you're interested, my friend Zeal is gonna be covering more on these topics later on. Link in the top right corner. Now, there's two final things to bring to the table in my speculation or teaser analysis. In the main game of Breath of the Wild, we see goddess statues that are very similar to the ones we see in Skyward Sword. Now, given that Skyward Sword was, as I said earlier, the genesis of all Zelda games, it really is a strong possibility that Breath of the Wild 2 may just reach back to that part of the timeline. Either that or something else, like Link just walking in the footsteps of his ancient ancestor. But I do find it very suspicious that Skyward Sword's remaster is being released first before Breath of the Wild 2. Maybe I'm just looking too much into that fact, but who knows? It could be something, it could be nothing. This video is all about speculating, and I think honestly I've done enough of that. So as for Breath of the Wild 2 and Breath of the Wild's timeline placement, well, I'll leave that for all you wild thinkers to decide. And the same goes for the fate of the Master Sword, aka the Skyward Sword. Who really knows? Maybe I'll come back to that in another video, but please, let me know what you all think in the comments down below, thinkers. If you liked the video, be sure to hit the like button and subscribe. If you want to support the channel, go check out the merch store down below.
Hey everybody, it's me, Thinkafurr, and yeah, real quick, we're going to be diving into just a quick little analysis video of the launch timing update for The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild sequel video, trailer, teaser? One of those two. But anyway, so we're going to look through every little nitty-gritty detail and see what we can find, what we can pick apart just off the top of our heads, and yeah, just what we can find to get to thinking. Alright, so right off the bat, we can see that they're delaying this till 2023, but they're also confirming that this is going to be in the skies above, like everybody was sort of getting excited for and theorizing, which is really cool. Oh, wait, freeze that. Go back to that. Okay, so we can see like this yellow glow right here. What is that? If anything, it reminds me of the glow from Zelda's hand when it lit up with the triforce when she faced Calamity Ganon. All right, and we can see a blue glow on the left here from the Master Sword. It almost feels like, let me just play that back again. Yeah, it's glimmering like Skyward Sword in Skyward Sword when the Master Sword glows blue because Fi is trying to talk, and we know. All right, we know that Fi does actually talk to Link in Skyward Sword exactly like that. Like she glimmers blue, well the sword glimmers blue a little bit, but then you kind of see that gold glowing orb go into Link's hand. So what's up with that? Let's have a look. Let's say, oh, hello. We've got a little marking here. So thematically, we know that every time a hero has been chosen by the Triforce, it manifests and you see it on the hands of the hero. But this doesn't look like a triangle. Maybe it is something else altogether. Maybe it's a symbol that symbolizes a tribe that this power came from? All right, moving on. Also, apologies, there might be some barking in the background because Huey just woke up. Okay, so really obvious, just playing this back again, we could see the Master Sword has been literally eaten. There's a little bit of it left. Now, I'm kind of wondering, is this actually just superficial damage? Because the Master Sword, when its energy runs out, you know, it just grows a new blade. But this is the thing, why if it does glow blue indicating that Fi is speaking to Link, and we know that Fi has spoken to Zelda, or at least it's inferred heavily, because if Fi really is trying to communicate to Link here because the sword's damaged, could it mean that we really will go on a quest to renew the Master Sword, retemper the Master Sword, reforge it? If so, what form will it take? Will it look the same? Or will it take a different form altogether. Who knows? But, you know, let's move on and see what else we can dig up here. Okay, so just coming back to the Sky Islands footage again in the trailer. It's the same kind of stuff we've seen earlier. Let's just play it back a bit. But I think I spotted something a little bit further beyond. Yeah, like right there. Right here. Just another thing in the background. Just a little detail there. It kind of looks like a platform or a building or a really tall tower. In a sense, I mean, if I logically thought about this, maybe it's linked to just that little bit of landmass down there, down here, or maybe there's another island that links around that goes up there, or maybe that is just a sky island in itself altogether. Alright, just doubling back a bit, I found a better shot of the back or top of Link's hand, and we can see the marking a lot clearer here. Now, as you can see, there's writing on the floor to the right, just past the golden glowy stuff. Now, and looking at that and then looking at what's written on his hand, because yeah, that's the thing. It doesn't just look like a shape or anything like it. It looks like a runic symbol from a language of sorts. Now, whether Nintendo is coming up with some sort of other metaphysical force other than a triforce, or maybe this is just indicative of like a rune of power that Link has attained, like that's speculative, but it makes kind of a lot of sense considering that the new hand of power thing is gonna replace the runes of the Sheikah Slate. We may even go on to collect more runes, which I mean, I assume so. It seems quite logical, given that we've seen him having time reverse powers and other powers as well. So yeah, I guess that's what I can easily point out. The symbology on his hand really appears to be a character from a written language. The other fact, obviously, being that it is from a glow that's similar to Zelda's goddess powers, and it does make you wonder what is the color theory for each of the powers that we can see utilized in Breath of the Wild, you know? Like, we got the color blue for the technologically oriented Sheikah, the color green for the ruins of the Zonai, we got the color red for the more power-oriented Yiga clan. I mean, just think about it. Think about it. Just think about it. I certainly will. But anyway, look, that's probably all that I can pull from this for now. If more things come up, thinkers, I will get to it. Been a bit quiet lately, been working on content just slowly. Well, when I say slowly, I really mean progressively. Layers upon layers upon layers of writing and recording and streaming. Kind of just keeps things going and churning. But as always, thinkers, I am always working on content. But thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you all in the next video. Be sure to hit the like button and subscribe for more content. We got more Zelda theories along the way and other video game based theory content. Keep your eyes out. Have a big brained funky day, and I'll see you all in the next video. Bye bye. Hey everybody, it's me, Thinkafurr, and we're back once again to look at the teaser, and yeah, you can tell I am all over it. I am making multiple videos on this already. So why am I back here again? Well, look, it's pretty simple. I just wanted to take an even closer look at the marking on the back of his hand and compare it to a few things we've seen before. So with the introductions out of the way, let's dive right into it. So, The question of Link's hand has cropped up many times in the past, and we've seen him use his powers multiple times, and if I just run this back again, you'll see there's another rune on his hand. Let's just take a close look at that, shall we? So, putting them next to each other, side by side, with the new marker on the right and the previous one from the previous trailer on the left, it's kind of apparent to me that they don't exactly look the same, but they do look similar. Now, whether that's just the angling of Link's hand or not, I don't think so. I don't think so. But just to be safe, let's bring up the new marker in, I don't know, maybe Clip Studio Paint Pro or Photoshop and just manipulate it a little bit to get a better picture. Okay, so we've got it open. I've taken the screenshot and dropped it straight into Clip Studio Paint Pro. Let's increase the contrast. You can't really see much there, it's too bright. But now let's lower the brightness and see, whoa. Oh, okay, we're starting to see something. Yeah. Maybe we'll just make it a little bit darker? A little bit more? Yeah, wow, okay. That is quite distinct, Thinkers. You know what? If I change the color of this and just make it a nice looking green, doesn't that kind of look familiar? Even just yeah. Doesn't that kind of look a little bit like this? Just a little bit, The same symbols that we see that are swirling around Ganon's sealed body. I think, though, it's important to note that this marking is there even before the golden orb enters his hand. And that's definitely very important to note, because we clearly see this golden, ethereal, spiritual thing or force or energy just entering the marker right around this point here that he's just lowering the broken master sword. Yeah, just like right there. We just saw it. So let's talk about that. Earlier on Twitter, I saw a really hot take here, and honestly, Zelda being the golden orb is just, oh my goodness. What it could imply, I mean, has she died? Has her spirit just been fragmented? Or is this her powers that have been fragmented? What's going on? The idea that she's just died, or maybe she's simply become an ethereal spirit, you know, it reminds me of Spirit Tracks a lot. I posted about this a little bit on Twitter earlier too, but yeah, like, what if she's actually a companion in the game? Or, I mean, maybe it's just a theory. A game theory, oh god. But, I mean, even if it was a theory, why make such a big deal of this? Why make such a big deal of Zelda right here just falling? Why? Why make such a big deal about it? Maybe it really is Zelda. Maybe she really is in some sort of ethereal form, or maybe she took the form of a fairy? Better yet, what if this isn't actually Zelda's spirit, but actually a sage's spirit? I mean, it's entirely possible, and it's probably more plausible. It's probably more along the case that nothing's actually happened to Zelda, and maybe, just maybe, if I pause it right here, what if this sage's spirit, right, is just offering Link a new power and adding their power simply to his own, just like in Ocarina of Time? I mean, it kind of makes sense. I mean, each of them safeguard the doorways to the sacred realm of each temple, and this weird looking, I guess, cloud of energy that's on the floor, that's at the central point here of a, I guess, circle of power around Link. I mean, I could speculate, but what if he's standing just at the gateway to another doorway to the sacred realm, and he's simply having, just the powers of the sages added to his own so that he can defeat and seal Ganon away once again, maybe, hopefully for the final time? Who knows? But thinkers, that's all the time I've got for this video. If you liked it, hit the like button, subscribe, and let me know what y'all think down below. Especially let me know what you think about that golden orb, and do you think it is Zelda, or do you think it's the sages, or do you think it's something else? What do you think of the two different runes of power? It's all food for thought, thinkers, and it's fun discussion that we can all have. So yeah, let me know your thoughts down below. Have a big-brained, thonky day, and be sure to think safe out there. Hey everybody, it's me, Thinkafurr, and yeah, real quick, we're going to be diving into just a quick little analysis video of the launch timing update for The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild sequel video, trailer, teaser? One of those two. But anyway, so we're going to look through every little nitty-gritty detail and see what we can find, what we can pick apart just off the top of our heads, and yeah, just what we can find to get to thinking. Alright, so right off the bat, we can see that they're delaying this till 2023, but they're also confirming that this is going to be in the skies above, like everybody was sort of getting excited for and theorizing, which is really cool. Oh, wait, freeze that. Go back to that. Okay, so we can see like this yellow glow right here. What is that? If anything, it reminds me of the glow from Zelda's hand when it lit up with the triforce when she faced Calamity Ganon. All right, and we can see a blue glow on the left here from the Master Sword. It almost feels like, let me just play that back again. Yeah, it's glimmering like Skyward Sword in Skyward Sword when the Master Sword glows blue because Fi is trying to talk, and we know. All right, we know that Fi does actually talk to Link in Skyward Sword exactly like that. Like she glimmers blue, well the sword glimmers blue a little bit, but then you kind of see that gold glowing orb go into Link's hand. So what's up with that? Let's have a look. Let's say, oh, hello. We've got a little marking here. So thematically, we know that every time a hero has been chosen by the Triforce, it manifests and you see it on the hands of the hero. But this doesn't look like a triangle. Maybe it is something else altogether. Maybe it's a symbol that symbolizes a tribe that this power came from? Alright, moving on. Also, apologies, there might be some barking in the background because Huey just woke up. Okay, so really obvious, just playing this back again, we could see the Master Sword has been literally eaten. There's a little bit of it left. Now, I'm kind of wondering, is this actually just superficial damage? Because the Master Sword, when its energy runs out, you know, it just grows a new blade. But this is the thing, why if it does glow blue indicating that Fi is speaking to Link, and we know that Fi has spoken to Zelda, or at least it's inferred heavily, because if Fi really is trying to communicate to Link here because the sword's damaged, could it mean that we really will go on a quest to renew the Master Sword, retemper the Master Sword, reforge it? If so, what form will it take? Will it look the same? Or will it take a different form altogether? Who knows? But, you know, let's move on and see what else we can dig up here. Okay, so just coming back to the Sky Islands footage again in the trailer. It's the same kind of stuff we've seen earlier. Let's just play it back a bit. But I think I spotted something a little bit further beyond. Yeah, like right there. Right here. Just another thing in the background. Just a little detail there. It kind of looks like a platform or a building or a really tall tower. In a sense, I mean, if I logically thought about this, maybe it's linked to just that little bit of landmass down there, down here. Or maybe there's another island that links around that goes up there. Or maybe that is just a sky island in itself altogether. Alright, just doubling back a bit, I found a better shot of the back or top of Link's hand, and we can see the marking a lot clearer here. Now, as you can see, there's writing on the floor to the right, just past the golden glowy stuff. Now, and looking at that and then looking at what's written on his hand, because yeah, that's the thing. It doesn't just look like a shape or anything like it. It looks like a runic symbol from a language of sorts. Now, whether Nintendo is coming up with some sort of other metaphysical force other than a triforce, or maybe this is just indicative of like a rune of power that Link has attained, like that's speculative. But it makes kind of a lot of sense considering that the new hand of power thing is gonna replace the runes of the Sheikah Slate. We may even go on to collect more runes, which I mean, I assume so. It seems quite logical, given that we've seen him having time reverse powers and other powers as well. So yeah, I guess that's what I can easily point out. The symbology on his hand really appears to be a character from a written language. The other fact, obviously, being that it is from a glow that's similar to Zelda's goddess powers, and it does make you wonder what is the color theory for each of the powers that we can see utilized in Breath of the Wild, you know? Like, we got the color blue for the technologically oriented Sheikah, the color green for the ruins of the Zonai, we got the color red for the more power-oriented Yiga clan. I mean, just think about it. Think about it. Just think about it. I certainly will. But anyway, look, that's probably all that I can pull from this for now. If more things come up, thinkers, I will get to it. Hey everybody, it's me, Thinkafurr, and I'm back once again to talk about Breath of the Wild 2's delay teaser trailer. I didn't think I would be, but here I am, because I had a massive brainwave after sleeping on everything, and yeah, there's about 6 to 7 points I want to bring up, to be specific. I had this realization a few months back about the first teaser trailer, but more on that in a minute. Now I know that I've been talking about the sages and the golden orbs and that oozing pool of golden energy for a while, but look, after this realization, I just realized that I had to come back and tell you all about it. So, without further ado, let's dive right into it. So, we know that Breath of the Wild is a huge game, and we know also that it spans across the ages. Now, I mean this in a historical sense, because Breath of the Wild is not a game that is shy from making references to the other titles in the series. This is seen especially so in the dialogue that Zelda has with Link. Whether skyward bound, adrift in time, or steeped in the glowing embers of twilight. That right there tells me that Zelda has knowledge of various other heroes across time and space, however, it's oddly specific. Now, I'm not the first person to make this observation, but the heroes she points out and makes a reference to are oddly specific. Now, if I jump to a conclusion here, and I think I would like to, every single timeline will experience Skyward Sword, right? Yep, cool. Every single timeline will, in a sense, have interacted with the Hero of Time. But there's only one timeline that interacts with the Hero of Twilight. And we know that the Hero of Twilight interacts with the Hero of Time when he's the Hero's Shade. Now, this is kind of important to bring up here because when Link beats Ganon, Zelda yells 6 sages now, and Zelda's actually the 7th sage as well here in this portion of history. Each of the sages appear, they all combine their powers to seal Ganon away in the Sacred Realm. Now, doubling back, it's this point right here that I want to point out. When the sages combine their powers, or simply use their powers, it seems, that they actually just become this ball-like entity of energy. If we just took a key snapshot of the key moments from the delayed teaser and lined them up next to the shot right here of the 6 sages combining their powers, it's pretty interesting. To me, the coloration of the orb that Link interacts with is the same coloration more or less to that of the spirit sage, Naburu. It's got a little bit of an orangey yellowy kind of tinge, and yes, you could say the same thing here for the Sage of Light to a degree, but it's much more brighter and softer. When you zoom in, it's way more obvious that it's orange, yellowy kind of color compared to that of the Light Sage's more soft color. And initially I thought that it would be the light of Zelda and Hylia, but the thing is, lining up the color with that, it doesn't look the same, and you'll see in a second. So, lining up the shining light of Zelda's power, her sacred powers of Hylia, you can clearly see the colorations are just not the same. So, could we argue that this is Zelda's powers fragmented, or could we argue something else as well on top of this? A different theory in a different direction? This, thinkers, is where we return to the trailer of Breath of the Wild 2 sequel and the sealing chambers of Ganon. Now this will require looking carefully and following my mouse cursor, but look at the different pillars of the room. How many of them are there? If we just look at the smaller pillars, there are 6 of them. If we look at a larger pillar, there's only 1 of them, but if we add them up together, there are 7. Where have we seen all this before? Oh yeah, that's right, here, in Ganon's castle in Ocarina of Time. We got many different pillars, spiky pillars, and if you don't know really what they are, allow me to explain. Each of these pillars, as you can see, hold the markings of each individual sage's medallion. Furthermore, and more to the point, each of these pillars allows Ganondorf from Ocarina of Time to extract the sacred powers or energies of each individual sage. In doing so, it allows him to create a magical barrier for his castle. Now we know that Link from Ocarina of Time had to restore the powers of each sage in every single temple, each sage being somebody that he met along the way and befriended from each of the various tribes all across Hyrule. Now this is where I bring your attention back to this scene. Now I've said this in a previous video already, but this pool of energy and the circle around it and the runic symbols around it that look like runes of power, all of it honestly just, it's too suspicious. This does look like to me a portal to the sacred realm, a pathway to the sacred realm, just like the various pillars we see in Ocarina of Time. Just take a look at this area where the Master Sword resided in Ocarina of Time. I mean, it's clearly, not circular, but, I mean, maybe it was too difficult for them to make perfect circles back then, but, I mean, you'd argue that's probably not the case, because clearly you can see nice-looking circles here, and here, and here, and here, but maybe they just made a redesign. It's noteworthy to point out that each of the individual temples of Ocarina of Time do have these similar shapings, and when you actually get the power of a sage added to your own, you do get teleported to the sacred realm. So yes, each temple does in fact have a gateway of some sort to the sacred realm somewhere, guarded by each sage. Could we see this Link in Breath of the Wild 2 genuinely be going in the footsteps of the hero of time and all the other heroes? I've said this before and I'll say it again, but only because there's just another layer of evidence to support this idea, this theory. It's all possible, but I mean, I kind of want to take more of a closer, more concrete look at the pillars, count them up at least, at the very least. So let's do just that. Alright, so I've got a picture here of the pillars that are surrounding and sealing Ganon. So let's just darken it a little bit and change it all up so that they're a bit more visible. Alright, so now let's count them again. Alright, so there's 6 of them, clearly. Clearly there's 6 of them. Now, there's 6 sages, and we know that in Ganon's castle, there are 6 pillars, and they're using the sacred energy to keep the sages away from Ganon. But But, hear me out, what if the Sheikah got this technology, extracted it from his castle Debris, and then used it against Ganon to seal him? How would they do that? I mean, they need Zelda's power too, don't they? They need the power of Hylia. Enter this point. Look, we got a 7th pillar up here for the 7th sage, and we know that in Ocarina of Time, it's revealed that Zelda is the 7th sage. And without her and the combined efforts of the 6 other sages, they can't seal Ganon away. Could this theory be wrong, thinkers? I don't know. Could it be right? Again, I don't know. All I'm saying, though, is that there's a lot of really strong evidence to suggest that it could be a thing. All I know is that I've rambled about it for long enough, and honestly, I'd like to know more about what you all think. I like using these videos, again, as a springboard for other people to think about this, and to have their own discussion, and to have a good thought process about it. Let me know what you all think in the comments below. Thank you all so much for watching, and hit that like button if you liked the video. Oh yeah, and have a big-brained thonky day, and I'll see you all in the next video. Bye-bye! Hey, Link! Wow, it's you! Can I have your autograph? Hey, wait, can you teach me how you did the portal move with Kotlow's portal gun? Oh, can you also sign my replica Megaton hammer? I had to time travel so many times to get it and tractor beam it in because it was so heavy and I had to travel back and forward and back just to get the tractor beam into the house and living room. I couldn't lift it, blah, 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 blah. Everyone, Thinkafurr here, and truly is it exciting times for Zelda fans as Nintendo released a patent a short while ago for Breath of the Wild sequel, and, well, it shows some really cool and exciting game mechanics as well as confirming a few things we saw in the trailer, which, a lot has been uncovered, but regardless, I want to briefly go over the patent, but also smash out a solid theory with some rather big questions. Some more sciencey and strange than others. Some simply out of time and out of place. Either way, it's all food for thought, thinkers. Now with that table set and the thong juices a swirling, let's dive into the quantum realm.
Let's go!
Alright, so cutting to the chase, as we've covered ground well tread already, what even is a patent and what are the things that Nintendo has patented and what can we expect? Basically, a patent is as simple as purchasing a license that gives its owner the legal right to exclude others from making, using, or selling an invention for a limited period of years in exchange for publishing and enabling disclosure of the invention. Make sense? No? Yes? Cool. Let's get to the part where I can finally talk about what Nintendo actually patented for Breath of the Wild 2. So, the first thing claimed under Nintendo's patent is the condition to accomplish the ability to go through a suspended platform from below and then back up to its surface. The first part of this shows that there are very particular conditions that need to be met for a player to warp through the roof, and when they are met, you can travel through the platform accessing the area above. These conditions themselves being the range Link's portal to no-clip power can reach, and the amount of surface area the roof above is encompassed by within the power's radius. The most exciting thing to note is that this core feature seems to illustrate how broad this mechanic is, as it seems to be designed to take a cookie-cutter approach to any area you apply this ability to. Thinkers, what this implies is massive, because such a generalized approach for this means it will likely apply to most of the sequel's overworld. Better yet, if there are dungeons in Breath of the Wild 2, we will likely be using this all of the time. A great example is dungeons with levels stacked on top of each other, platforms that you can also go through. Imagine this. You're walking through an area of the dungeon that is, well, I guess very maze-like, and suddenly you realize instead of walking through the maze, you could poke around for a roof or platform you can warp through to continue progressing the dungeon. The first-time experience with this ability within dungeons will likely feel almost like freedom, but the beauty in this ability is that it will add more use to the 3D environment around Link as the player experiences the game for the first time. The speedrunning community will love this. I can just imagine players like this charting out more efficient pathways that could take all kinds of different directions, as well as trying to seek out any lateral use through potential glitches or exploits to this mechanic, similarly to how we've only just recently discovered BLSS glitching, among other glitches in the first game. However, given this is the sequel, it will likely have more polish and more care, so who really knows? The next mechanic we see claimed within the patent is something we've all seen before, but I feel is easily glossed over in the trailer. Link in the Breath of the Wild sequel trailer was seen raising his hand and activating a kind of time rewind power. Images from the patent in this section clearly demonstrate a time rewind gauge with a video playback button or symbol. After carefully reading through the seas of text in the claims section, to put it all in a nutshell, it explains that the game will be recording the state of objects around the given area and will refer to a given object's save state to allow it to be reverted back to its previous state a set number of frames in the past. Basically, the barrel in the picture where it's fully drawn was traveling forwards in time. Then, Link used time reverse on the barrel here, as we can see. The hollowed out barrels with a line symbolizing the past pathways through space-time essentially show where the object is going to travel as it reverts its time-space state. Now, what I love most about this is that Link is essentially taking on the power to manipulate his body's interaction with space by opening portals from one portion of space to another. On top of this, he's also dabbling with manipulation of time, or more specifically, manipulating an object's path through space-time. Now, to address a bit of a plot hole here, but remember this? Zelda falling to the dark depths and likely a dark grim fate down below. Well, why can't Link just travel back and save Zelda? Because Nintendo needs a plot? No. Because science— no, can't say that, that's Dollar Store Thor's line. Forget it. If Link is using time reverse powers instead of time travel, then Link reversing his own time-space state would basically just cause him to revert back to where he was in his own past coordinates in space-time, inevitably continuing down the same path without even knowing or realizing this. Pretty much, Link would be just like the boulder we see and observe being reversed. The boulder is traveling back and forth in its set coordinates in space-time. Its state does not change. It must go to the places it travels from past, present, and future. What it happens to interact with regardless will not change where it must go. This is due to what is called the Novikov self-consistency principle, or the Novikov self-consistency conjecture. In short, it basically is the principle that all things traveled in space-time through past, present, and future must agree, and an object that is traveling from a previous point must reach the same point again regardless. To put it in a more digestible way, you can't reverse your own time-space state and expect to still have your free will and current knowledge or any of the things you started with, because your body and everything equipped to it and associated with it, including your brain and all its neurons, are going to have their time reversed. Thus, you are effectively being rewinded like an old VHS tape or DVD movie. You might start back at the beginning, but you will inevitably reach the ending of the film, which in this case is your destination across your life's history. Complicated, right? Well, just rewind if you didn't quite get that. Thankfully, rewinding the video won't affect your temporal state, and you won't arrive at the same destination, still not understanding if you did rewind the video. Anyway, solution-based thinking here. How can we realistically predict Link will use this to save Zelda? Well, perhaps Link will find a way to combine the two powers to warp his own current self through space and emerge at a past point of time in the world to get to the point where Zelda was falling and save her. Could this work? Well, yeah, actually it's possible, if not probable, even from a pseudo-theoretical physics standpoint. Remember, the first patent is Link's ability to create a portal from one area of space to arrive at another portal's mouth much farther away in space. Link here is folding space, creating what is conventionally known as a wormhole. Presently, wormholes have three different posits: Schwarzschild wormholes, Einstein-Rosenbridge wormholes, and traversable wormholes. We won't cover the differences here today, as they would take way too much time, but traversable wormholes are likely the kind Link is dabbling with, as you can literally travel through these in, well, one way or another, safely. If we take his time reverse powers over matter and energy and combine it with his powers to fold space, well, we might have a fighting chance to save Zelda here. To explain such an exciting scenario is to explain a situation deeply rooted in topics that are sciencey and rather complex, but to grossly oversimplify and also fill the gaps with Zonai voodoo magic. Well, imagine this. Link waves his hand in the air, flashing green, and creates a specifically patented by Nintendo wormhole. In front of Link is the entrance of the wormhole, which leads to an exit on the other side of the same world, existing in his current world's point in space-time on its world line. The entrance and exit of the wormhole are both known as the mouths of the wormhole, with its throat being the thin part in the middle that connects them. This before you is Link bending and folding the geometry of space. Now imagine after Link creates this wormhole that he waves his hand again, flashing green once more to use his time reversal powers over matter and energy, applying this power directly onto the two mouths of the wormhole. He is now inverting the temporal state of the wormhole's mouths such that the light cone of the wormhole flips into moving backwards. In doing so, Link can, in short, enter this reverse time wormhole and take his current physical self into an area of space that exists in a past point of time, thus now successfully being able to make some kind of a change because he is traveling through a wormhole that has its light cone inverted. Now, ultimately, how a wormhole fundamentally comes into being, in extremely gross simplification once more, is as follows. A wormhole is more or less space that has had its geometry warped until you have 2 points that are very far away, now seemingly close to one another, such that it would take much less time to travel across that distorted space. Now, in this space and time we live in and wormholes distort, objects or things like a wormhole have what we call a light cone. This light cone, is pretty much the encapsulated boundaries or limits of where things can and cannot go in space-time. That limit being the speed of light. Now, bit of a side note, but something black holes do with their immense gravity is bend or tip the light cones of objects, and black holes are incomprehensibly powerful, so yes, Link here, whatever he's got powering his magic to even make a traversable wormhole in itself, is gonna be cooking with a little bit more than just gas. But anyway, gasbagging about the gaps between dimensions aside, let's plug this information back in a Breath of the Wild 2 and our little theory of how Link could save Zelda's, downfall of sorts with a Link to the Past. Suppose if Link did wave his hand to invert the light cone to either end of a traversable wormhole to make a backwards time wormhole of sorts. He then could enter from one side of the wormhole that is now a path between his current universe, or reality, and its world line of historical events in the future where Zelda is no more and Ganon is awakened, and leave that reality, traveling through the first mouth of the wormhole, traveling across the warped space with its inverted time to arrive over on the other end at the second mouth to emerge in a completely different reality, with the events of the past now the current reality experienced by Link, all whilst preserving Link's current temporal state because he used an inverted space-time wormhole to travel back in time, or rather traveled to a whole new reality altogether instead of inverting his time to rewind himself back again, only to fall through the same choices again and again and again. This is certainly going to cause a timeline split. However, at least in this way, Link has his current self and his free will to make new choices and save Zelda from the fall, but that's a whole timeline splitty thingy and certainly a video for another time. Check it out when that goes up. In the meantime, I have a link to my Breaking the Zelda timeline stream. Now, before I go any further, I just want to give two shoutouts. First, a shout out to Kyle Hill because he originally talked about this topic over a year ago when he was working with the channel known as Because Science. He's a super thonky, big-brained dude with some seriously sciencey videos, so go check him out if you're interested in that kind of stuff. Second shout out I want to give is to an artist I found on Reddit called Zaylee. They made this amazing Zelda print and I just had to buy it as a gift for Elfie's birthday. This art piece really captures the radiant power of the goddess Hylia and her mortal incarnation Zelda. If you want to buy yourselves a copy of this artist's work, you can purchase it from a link in the top right corner. A massive thank you, Zaylee. This piece really made Elfie's birthday a special surprise worthy of a goddess. Now, those shoutouts aside, whether what I said earlier happens or not, well, who knows? Only time will tell. Anyway, I really like this portrayal of Link's time reversal powers and portal ability in which Nintendo's come up with, even after overanalyzing how both powers appear and function and comparing them with principles found in science, with a little gap filling with some Zonai magic, of course. So, as a bonus, have this little tidbit of space-time physics to take away and try for yourself. Before you is a diagram. This diagram I have used is a Minkowski diagram illustrating in 2D how objects in our universe move within the different planes of space in our own universe. Here, we have an axis for space, marked as an X for space, and T as an axis for time. There is a Z-axis, but that's a different kettle of Hylian bass. I couldn't quite decide where to put this in the script. I could have put it before or after breaking down the patent regarding Link's powers, or I could have removed it altogether. Either way, it's just a little tidbit of fun and science crossing over into video games in one of my favorite franchises. Alas, thinkers, I'm fresh out of time, but I want to just put this out there. We've got a massive video dropping very soon. It's a community-powered project worked through with our Patreon and Discord community covering more on Breath of the Wild 2, and oh, is it a mountain of a mystery to work through. That all aside, thanks so much for watching. Tell me your thoughts in the comments. If you liked the video, hit the like button and subscribe for more content. We have more along the way. If you want to support the channel's production of content, get behind-the-scenes access, and name in the credits, consider joining as a member on Patreon or YouTube. Also, whilst we're on the subject of support, be sure to duck past Elfie's art page on Instagram at ElfspringArt. My partner makes nearly all of my channel's art, and the channel wouldn't be where it is today without their amazing work, and they make so much more art as well outside of that. If you want to check out their work and be part of their art journey, then please click the link in the top right and drop them a follow on Instagram at ElfspringArt. Love ya, Elfie! Thanks so much for watching, thinkers. It's been fun. Be sure to keep your eyes out for the next video, and as always, have a big-brained, thonky day, and be sure to think safe out there. Bye-bye! Hey everyone, it's me, Thinkafurr, back for another Breath of the Wild 2 rant theory. This one's gonna be super duper quick, probably quicker than all the rest, so let's dive straight into it. So last week we pointed out the 7 sages and how they might return and what that weird glowy thing in the central point of that runic circle Link's standing on could be and what it could implicate for Breath of the Wild 2, but I had a conversation with a friend of mine, namely Mindsight, and we had some really interesting observations to make about the Master Sword and the Malice. Now, hopefully I don't butcher trying to remember all of the conversation itself, so I'm just gonna real quick make a shout out to you, Mindsight. Thank you for this idea and for this talk point. So at this point, Nintendo has pretty much confirmed that the Master Sword has in fact been damaged by the Malice. We saw a quick snippet of it in the previous teaser, and we saw the after effects of it in this teaser. Now, the conversation that I had with Mindsight posits why the Malice could do this in the first place. Why is this even a thing? How could the Master Sword, a sacred weapon designed and built for the purpose of countering evil or dispelling it or even sealing evil entities away, even be touched by Malice in the first place? I mean, look, here in this scene, we can see that the Master Sword is literally just dispelling the Malice with its light. It literally doesn't have to do anything. It just has to exist there for that Malice to be dispelled. So, like, what's up with that? Like, why can the Master Sword now be touched by the Malice, even be corrupted and damaged to the point that it pretty much looks like it was corroded? Well, this is where I pose to you thinkers the question that I had in this discussion. Is the Malice even evil in the first place? Is the Ganon that we see in Breath of the Wild evil also? What if it's not evil or good, but simply neutral? It's just energy, and the intent behind the usage of this power is what really matters to the Master Sword in the first place. I mean, how could the Master Sword even be touched by the Malice if it was evil? Unless the other question that came up in the discussion is a thing too. Is the Master Sword that Link uses in Breath of the Wild the true Master Sword? We can see that it's got the same abilities, the same look, it pretty much can do a lot of the same things, and it glows blue. I do like shiny things. I mean, it's possible. We could just argue that this is just a clone that the Sheikah tried to make. I mean, you look at all the various royal weaponry and the other weaponry in Breath of the Wild, and a lot of them look like attempts to try and make the Master Sword as well. Like, they all look, design-wise, very similar. Now, I know that argument is riddled with logic fallacies, simply, like, for example, confirmation bias, and also the fact that swords in general all look pretty similar, and they all serve the same purpose to a degree, and these are all arming type swords, so, you know what? I'm gonna leave all of these questions in the comments section for you all to discuss, because I don't really, like, subscribe to necessarily one view or the other, but these questions are questions that I want to put forward to the community to discuss, and that's what this is all about, thinkers. Having that dialogue, having that exploration, and having fun speculating. So yeah, let me know your thoughts in the comments below. Hit the like button for more, subscribe if you haven't already, and oh yeah, I stream every Saturday, so yeah, keep your eyes out for that too in the notifications, and have a good one, everybody. Have a big brained thonky day, and I'll see you all in the next video. Bye-bye. Oh my goodness. Hello everybody, it's me, Thinkafurr, and it is great to be back doing one of these rant theories. It's been a long time since Nintendo dropped any news or trailers, but that all changes today. Let's not waste any more time, let's just dive straight into the trailer and start theorizing. So the first thing I want to look at in the new teaser for The Legend of Zelda Tears or Tears of the Kingdom is the wall paintings. It's pretty clear there's more than one story being told. Now I'm going to approach this cautiously because there's a good chance this has been shown to us or illustrated to us in the trailer to simply subvert our expectations of what the story is about. So instead, let's approach this from the angle of asking questions and exploring possible answers. So first question I want to ask right off the bat is who this strange monk-like figure is. What's he standing on, and what's with those circles above his head, and why are there clouds? Also, what's with that strange pointy helmet he's wearing? Kinda looks like rabbit ears. Well, starting with the easiest one, the platform that the strange figure might be standing upon could simply be the tablet bird that Link is seen landing on. This UFO tablet bears a striking resemblance to the crests of Hyrule. Why is this important? Well, if you've played Skyward Sword, you'll know that the crest of Hyrule makes a historical nod to the fact Link and Zelda sailed across Hyrule atop the Skyloftian birds. Now, if this is anything to go off, it likely could mean that the strange figure depicted standing across the flying tablet has an ancient connection that traces all the way back to the royal family. Perhaps this strange figure will play a guiding hand or guiding role in Link's journey. Better yet, maybe Link will inherit the flying tablet from this strange figure, much in the same way that Link in Breath of the Wild inherited the glider from King Rome. That said, I'd like to turn our attention now to the strange circles around the mystery figure. What are they? One very likely suggestion is that maybe these are spirit orbs. More specifically, the spirit orbs of the Seven Sages. Often the Zonai swell depicts strong spiritual energy or the strong expression of magical power. What if this mysterious figure actually passes on its spirit hand to Link? That and the power of its sacred virtue. Now, what do I mean by a sacred virtue exactly? In Breath of the Wild, we have the 7 heroine statues, and we do have the 8th statue as well. However, one of those virtues is meant to be flight. No one's really been able to pinpoint why flight was picked as a virtue, but if we apply the sacred virtue of flight to this mystery figure's stone bird tablet, maybe, just maybe it makes a little bit of sense. We'll leave that for all you thinkers in the comments to decide, but the final nail in the coffin of this being potentially a supportive character is those funny bunny ears. Now, it's sort of a case of once you see this, you can't really unsee this, but if we look at this mystery figure's adornments as a singular item instead, in other words, a helmet, what was once seen as ears looks like wings that have feathers running down the sides. Additionally, atop the forehead we can see a great feathery beak running down the center and 2 eyes with one singular great brow. Factoring all of this in, if we add in how the face looks, it looks like the body of the owl. Perhaps this isn't actually a helmet, but an owl mask. Across the Zelda franchise, owls have played a guiding role. Take the strange, larger-than-life owl, Kaepora Gaebora, for instance. Ocarina of Time's Kaepora Gaebora has often been attributed, if not theorized, as being the same character, Rauru. Some even go as far as to say that Rauru shapeshifts into Kaepora Gaebora. But specifically though, Rauru is the Sage of Light and plays an acute role in protecting the Sacred Realm and the Chamber of Sages. Isn't it a strange coincidence that Rauru, the Sage of Light, stands at the central nexus of all the other sages and protects it, and also happens to share a lot of common features with the strange mystery figure who also stands at the central nexus of the spirit sage's orbs? Now I'm gonna let you all sit in the comment section and discuss that one yourselves. There's one final observation I want to make about this mystery figure. Say what you want about this, but when you look at this picture from chest height, it does kind of look a little bit like a dragon. Kinda. Let's move on. Observably, in this cave depiction, we can see two figures, one partly shown and one half shown, both facing each other and embracing each other, their hands clasped with one another in a swan-like embrace. To the right of them, there is symbols we've seen before in the previous trailer, and above them is an object that appears a lot like the Mirror of Twilight. One take on this particular depiction could be Link and Zelda reuniting after a long and arduous quest. Another such depiction could be possibly a depiction of something occurring in the past history of Hyrule. A princess, specifically a Twilight princess, and Link saying goodbye, and then having one of them leave through a mirror portal. Maybe, just maybe, this is set here to subvert the viewer's expectations of what the plot could be. The third and final take could be that maybe, just maybe, it's through this mirror portal that Link will find a way to reunite with Zelda, and maybe they'll combine their powers together and face Calamity Ganon, ending the cycle of hatred created by Demise many, many years ago. Who knows? It's all speculation. Anyway, I'm fresh out of time, thinkers. It's time for the end card. What's up, thinkers? We're back again with Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. This video's thoughts have a huge amount of heart behind them in almost a literal kind of sense, and you'll find out why in a moment. A huge revelation came to mind right after finishing the next, and I had to get this off my chest. Hearts are always a thing seen in Zelda games, and probably always will be. The sequel to Breath of the Wild undeniably will be no different, but I can tell you this now, it's definitely gonna have a core theme in the plot. When I was making the thumbnail for the previous video, I was playing around with the saturation on the mystery figure. Those little mini hands outstretched holding a tiny triangle? Yeah, they aren't hands at all. That's a heart. Specifically, the heart of the mystery figure. We then also see in Zelda's sacrificial scene, her heart is also portrayed as well. It didn't have to be there, but the creators of this cave art went to such an effort to carve out the heart of both characters on the wall. Additionally, if we look at the orbs with the Zonai swirls as well, and take one half of each and combine each swirl, a heart is made. What if this is half a heart within each orb? Is this a portrayal of Link and Zelda's combined hearts? Their combined power? I'll let you thinkers discuss that, but according to Japanese culture, there is a word and principle I am personally familiar with. Kokoro. No, not you. Conceptually, it embodies the attributes of heart, mind, and spirit, three elements that are indivisible from each other. An example of using this word would be that person over there, named Link, has a good kokoro. It's the sense of self. Perhaps kokoro will play an integral role in unraveling the plot and revealing the triforce of power as benevolence, the virtue of giving due to inherently meaning well. Ganondorf's character has a tremendous capacity or power to give to others. Often, we see his actions as taking, but in his eyes, we've seen Ganondorf motivated to give to his people, the Gerudo, a better life. Just because a person means well, doesn't mean they will have the wisdom to do well, or the courage to be self-sacrificing. Thankfully, Ganon is, like everyone, a carrier of all three attributes. However, he lacked the wisdom to see and understand his failings and the courage to accept his mistakes. Only in Wind Waker do we see his three attributes, balance and his benevolent nature, actually shine through. He seeks the triforce to save everyone. He doesn't kill Zelda or Link, even though he has many chances to. This is a man driven and blinded by his benevolent nature to the extent he doesn't listen. No, I'm doing this for your own good. I just want what is best for you. These are thoughts that are very common, especially when a person sits in a position of authority. Sadly, what is best isn't always clear to just one singular person. The three sacred virtues, wisdom, courage, and benevolence, must be balanced within the heart of the person using it, or else the triforce will split and the world of Hyrule becomes unbalanced. Pretty much, this is exactly what happened when Ganondorf touched the triforce. Then, later, he was defeated by Link, who traveled to Termina. It's a funny thing, but the heart symbol in Japan is called Inome, and it means the eye of a wild boar, which carries a secondary meaning of warding off evil spirits. Often, these decorations are used in Shinto shrines, castles, weapons, and even Buddhist temples. In Termina, we have an underground shrine filled to the brim with hearts, each with 3 holes inside them, potentially representing the sacred virtues of the 3 gods. What's even funnier is the pair of those that shall not be named dragons painted across the walls, each carrying a heart inside their mouths. Oh yeah, and the Zonai swells above them. What is the connections to Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, Breath of the Wild, and Termina within Majora's Mask? Like, did Nintendo just see that one time on ZelTube where people freaked out saying Zelda's sequel is getting the Majora's Mask treatment and decide, oh, yeah, that makes sense? Jokes aside, what do you all think? What are your hopes and dreams, thinkers? Are you ready for them to be crushed 12th May 2022? Well, get your Tears of the Kingdom copium art commissions in at Elfie's Corner. Oh, and tell me what you thought in the comments. Thanks, fam! Hello everyone, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. My name is Thinkafurr, and I'm here to rant about another Tears of the Kingdom Zelda Theory. Let's not beat around the bush, let's skip the intro and go straight into theorizing.
Oh, also, hey everyone, Hyrule Gamer here, also joining in today's rant. Let's have some fun exploring an idea together. Take it away, Mr. Funkman.
Last video, I brought up the Japanese cultural connections of kokoro, the word for heart, as well as being the principle that describes the soul, the sense of self, embodying heart, mind, and spirit, which we reinterpreted as courage, wisdom, and power. Additionally, we replaced power with benevolence, and I do want to go further into that, but why am I back? Why talk about stuff I've already covered? Well, it's for a couple of reasons, one of them being this cave carving, and also I blame Zelda Talk over on Discord. Pretty easily enticed with crackpot theories, but anyway, in Skyward Sword we know that Zelda is Hylia reborn, aka reincarnated. Reincarnation is something that exists within Buddhism, and Buddhism is practiced directly hand in hand with Shintoism in Japan.
Within Shinto practice, there is a phrase, Kami no kokoro. I'm sorry if I butchered that. I'm sure Thinkafurr will have it on screen. Heart of the god. In brief summary, it refers to the practice of pursuing the ideal way of living. With respect, your innermost feelings, decisions, sense of self with regards to bonds shared with the physical and spiritual world, aka your experience of reality. Now, that's a lot of information, but at its core, it is the pursuit of divinity with one's actions, thoughts, beliefs, and how they carry themselves through the experience of reality. In a sense, if the body was a temple, the soul would be sacred and the mind would be a kami. Link must undergo a series of quests and trials, physical, mental, and spiritual, all to temper and refine and cleanse his kokoro so that his heart is in balance with respect to the three sacred virtues: wisdom, courage, and power, the gods of Hyrule embody. Take this tempering of the spirit Link must undergo at face value if you want, but we could easily reinterpret this as a journey of enlightenment, as Link is undergoing a purification of his heart, mind, and spirit, the kokoro, his pathway to the gods, his own journey and experience of the Shinto practice, kami no kokoro.
With all that in hand, flashback now to the cave carvings of Zelda clasping hands with what we previously theorized or speculated to be Link. Perhaps it's not Link. What if this cave carving depicts or tells the story of Zelda, her heritage, and how Zelda and Hylia will reconnect physically, mentally, and spiritually? In Skyward Sword, we see Honorable Zelda tell Link directly that she has now merged consciousness with Hylia and refers to Hylia's memories when speaking to Link. Now, I'll see you last week's video and raise you further with this. Those Zonai swirls have been speculated as magical or spiritual power expressed. But what if these swirls actually represent a person's kokoro as well? Their power that resides within the soul, the power that lies within the heart.
A person's heart always has wisdom, courage, and power, aka benevolence, at varying levels depending on that person's temperament. All the spirit orbs depicted could then be interpreted as holding half the power of someone's soul, or heart, their sacred power, their light force, comprised of wisdom, courage, and benevolence. But all these orbs have half. Why?
Well, one possible answer to that question could be, perhaps a spirit orb containing one swell represents the remaining power of the spirit sages left over and given to the holder, which likely will be Link inheriting the power of the sages, but there's also one spirit orb that looks different. A giant, overflowing heart of power shown that has two swells, or two halves of a kokoro made whole. The giant spirit orb shown above Zelda clasping hands and reuniting with her figure, which I've now suggested could be Hylia.
Perhaps this really does depict Zelda's Kami no Kokoro and her reconnection to her other divine half, Hylia.
Maybe Hylia will be her divine alter ego. We've seen Ganondorf portrayed as having a kami-like or godlike alter ego Ganon, and additionally, Link has the all-powerful, wrathful kami alter ego, the fierce deity. Will Zelda get her own kami-like transformation? Who knows? I'll let you all speculate and discuss and think deeply upon this in the comments.
Hey folks, just want to say a quick thank to Thinkafurr for having me on this video. It was a pleasure joining him as always, and I'm sure you can expect to see more of me in the future. And of course, your boy on my channel. You have all been a lovely audience. Thanks for watching, and until the next time, I've been Hyrule Gamer.
Thinkers, if you enjoyed this video, let me know your thoughts in the comments below and hit that like button and subscribe. Hello everyone, my name is Thinkafurr, and yes, if you've seen the video title, you'll know we're exploring and theorizing Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, physically recreating frame by frame in Breath of the Wild this scene right here of Link falling with style before landing on a stone bird and subsequently one-upping Buzz Lightyear. Now before we get into it, I just want to state this video will be a small teaser of what is yet to come to this channel. We have one positively mountainous mega video coming that truly peels apart layer by layer, rock by rock, pixel by pixel, Zelda Breath of the Wild to uncover hidden mysteries that the developers left behind. Now subscribe and let's begin the exploration, speculation, and investigation together in this Zelda theory. In the trailer of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, we could see Link pushing a door open, running out, a sudden jump cut of Link still running that's so incredibly well cut it fools the viewer into thinking this is the continuation of the previous scene and in the same place, but the ruins Link exited are nowhere in sight. Then we see Link take a great leap into the unknown, falling in the same style as Skyward Sword, far more stylish than a certain Mr. Lightyear. But skipping ahead now, we can see at timecode 102, Link continuing to fall and the camera rotating, showing a nice view of Hyrule as Link sticks the landing on the stone burb. Now using the powers of mods, free cam, and a PC jam-packed with thonk juice, I've recreated this exact scene, more or less, to show exactly where Link is in Hyrule so as to compare and explore the changed areas of Hyrule between Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild. The first question that comes to mind here is, where is Link going, and is there anything in Breath of the Wild that's old, lying around, and that could be a place of interest for Link to visit in Tears of the Kingdom's Hyrule to interact with, and maybe even possibly time reverse? Well, in short, yes. We see ruins upon ruins upon ruins with a Sheikah shrine stacked up on top, because why not? But anyway, are these ruins Zonai or Twilight ruins? We'll come back to that. What's important is that they are directly in line with where Link's burb statue is more or less traveling. But even more importantly, where in Nehru's blue fire is Link at this one shot here in the trailer? Well, firstly, we can see that Link is approximately situated above Mount Rome, with the Tabantha Great Bridge and the Tabantha Stables situated below on target with Link's line of sight. So then, Link is in the Tabantha region, which we know is also situated just shy of the Gerudo Highlands and the 8th heroine statue. Maybe Link could return there to use time reversal on the statue. Let's put that on the corkboard to return to later and look now at the weird marking on the ground in the trailer. When moving the free cam here in Breath of the Wild, we can finally get a good closer look, and I can tell you this now, it's very bizarre. The place where the large glowing land marker from the trailer is just so happens to be a large circular mound of dirt and rock, and it's clear this was moved here recently as there is barely anything growing on it, and no, its altitude isn't high enough that nothing can grow on it, as there's a larger mass of dirt and rock also perched higher than it right next to it with grass and foliage all grown through it. Are we to believe this massive, really obviously disturbed Earth simply just exists here for no reason at all? The marker is clearly placed on this sus mound of misdirection and lies, and I for one just want to ask, just what exactly is buried beneath this place? It's so incredibly obvious how fresh this dirt is. Even just looking at the edges of the mound, we can see piles of fresh dirt next to green and grown earth. What ancient artifacts of power or terrifying dungeon entrance lurks beneath this pile that was marked with a mysterious symbol in the trailer? Well, clipping through its floor, we find a void. A little disappointing, I know, but changing up the camera angle, we can see just how far this lump of dirt and rock freshly dug up and dumped goes. And it's enormous. This massive dirt is big enough to house a small dungeon or a divine beast, big enough to house a small alcove with a sacred weapon or maybe a relic that could grant Link another spirit power perhaps. Or maybe it's the location for one of the tears we may have to collect in Hyrule in order to fix the Master Sword and Save Zelda? Either way, it's all speculation. Before I sign out and leave this exploration to the comments section, the Great Cavern of the Yiga clan is a short distance away. Incidentally, the recess within the mountain where the hole Koga fell into kinda looks about the same size, and there's a pathway in which they could have used to carry stone and rock. Ponder this. Their entire hideout is built within the sacred temple of the seven heroines, whom are speculated to be the seven sages. Perhaps the faction of the Sheikah, known as the Yiga, came to this temple and set up an encampment, proceeding to somewhat desecrate the site and dig up a powerful ancient relic to secret it away beneath the mound. That hole looks a bit too cleanly cut to have been simply dug out though. Was it blasted open with a divine laser from a beast we never saw in Breath of the Wild, or did the Yiga use their earth magic to blast that hole open, proceeding to take whatever hidden treasure lurked below to hide from the hero and the rest of Hyrule? Honestly, who knows? It's all speculation, and I leave this to you, dear viewers, to discuss. Thinkers, I want to give a massive shout out to Rain MC for the Yiga clan dig site observation, and to Mindsight for adding depth to this discussion. Hello everyone, it's time for another Zelda Theory rant covering Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. My name is Thinkafurr, your host for today's video, and today we have a visitor ranting along with us.
Hello everyone, I'm Zelda Chick. If you're interested in hearing the continuation to this discussion, join Thinkafurr and me over on my channel after this video. If you haven't already, like and subscribe, and let's get right into this.
In previous videos over on my channel at Thinkafurr, I've discussed the triforce, the sacred virtue of power as being benevolence, and Zelda Chick has also lightly discussed this as well. If you really think about the triforce and its three sacred virtues, wisdom, courage, and power, something doesn't really sit right between the three. Courage and wisdom actually sound like virtues, whereas power in itself doesn't really feel like a virtue.
I agree. When I think of power, I don't think of it as a virtue. Perhaps looking at the definitions of these words can give us a better understanding of what we're working with.
Reading between the lines of the three virtues and defining what a virtue is, perhaps we can understand why power might instead refer to benevolence, the virtue of giving. A virtue is defined as moral excellence, a trait deemed to be morally or ethically good. A principle that serves as a foundation for a person's sense of self, aka the moral fiber of their being. Actions followed from a virtue must entail behaving in a manner that shows high standards for that moral or ethical virtue, avoiding what is wrong and doing what is the right thing regardless. Now, the opposite of a virtue is a vice, which in short summary is a virtue's evil twin. Behaviors exhibited from a vice are generally considered immoral, rude, or criminal.
As stated previously, power doesn't fit the definition of virtue, or even a vice for that matter. It's closer to an attribute. An attribute is a quality or characteristic that a person possesses. Someone who lifts a lot of weight has the attribute of strength. Someone who makes others laugh has the attribute of humor. Ganondorf has the attribute of power and the capacity to bless the people around him. However, he doesn't have the wisdom to use that power for good, because his heart is imbalanced with courage or wisdom.
It's observed in Ocarina of Time that he is deemed worthy of the Triforce of Power, but not the other two. These split away, manifesting themselves within Link and Zelda. Additionally, we observe the three gods personally granting him the Triforce of Power in what would have been his final moments during his failed execution in Twilight Princess. Why? Why do the gods, particularly Din, the goddess embodying the Triforce of Power, observing a man portrayed as evil, worthy of a divine power, the Triforce of Power, and also worthy of divine intervention?
Ganondorf is a man who believes in a better world for his people, the Gerudo. This desire has always led to his pursuit of power. With this power, he can provide a better world for others. He certainly has his vices, but he also possesses the virtue of benevolence. He deeply desires a better world for his people. If any virtue is taken to the extreme or is left unchecked, it will inevitably contradict itself. Time and time again, the phrase "the road to hell is paved with good intentions" has demonstrated itself across history. History might define a leader as a villain without considering that leader's perspective of reality. These historical figures, cloaked in infamy, may very well have had good intentions. They may even have believed their motives were pure, even when they clearly weren't. Ganondorf is no different. He is benevolent just as Link is courageous and Zelda is wise, but his benevolence is disproportionate.
Indeed, one may become misguided if they only follow or believe in one singular virtue. Perhaps the Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom might not only correct the timelines, but also this misattribution of the three virtues. Especially power. How does the Triforce of Power even work? We've seen Ganondorf lose the Triforce of Power and also defeated carrying it. Perhaps if the holder of the Triforce of Power loses sight of their benevolent reason for needing power in the first place, maybe they are no longer worthy, and if their cause wavers in their heart, perhaps the Triforce of Power wanes. Japan has a concept known as the Three Sacred Treasures, also known as the Imperial Regalia of Japan. Three Sacred Treasures sounds suspiciously a lot like the Three Sacred Virtues. Even more suspicious, the Three Sacred Treasures, the Sword, the Mirror, and Jewel, represent three primary virtues: valor, wisdom, and benevolence.
Also, the sacred treasure for benevolence is a magatama, a trinket with a curved jewel typically made of jade or jasper during the Kofun period of Japan. These jewel trinkets function as ceremonial and religious objects used to decorate graves, sacred bows, swords, bracelets, and hairpieces. They are also hung in sacred shrines.
Interestingly, they are also shaped a lot like the Zonai swells in Tears of the Kingdom, and one could interpret them as sacred tears like the ones collected in Skyward Sword in the Silent Realm trials.
One final point to make is that these trials refined Link's kokoro, or heart, and balanced his three virtues: wisdom, courage, and benevolence.
Now, we'll leave this here for you all to discuss, but before we head out, reminder to go check out the other half of this video Zelda Chick put together, going further into this discussion. We certainly will be covering more about the Magatama and the Three Sacred Treasures, benevolence, and how it all comes together in the Sacred Trinity, the Triforce, the Three Virtues, and the Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom.
Thanks so much for watching. I hope you have enjoyed our discussion. Please like and subscribe and check out my channel if you get the chance. I do a lot of mythology-based deep dives similar to what you saw here. Hope you have a great day.
How did I open this thing again? Maybe if I poke it with my magic staff. No. That's right. There was a password. Wait, what was that password again? Was it Breath of the Wild 2 secret Zonai location hidden dungeon? Darn it, I thought that was it for sure. That's what the video's about. Wait, is that a switch? Huh. The sprawling lands of Hyrule. Where do they start? Where do they end? Boundless plains, craggy mountains. Breath of the Wild leaves so much to ask and explore. It takes many days and many nights to trek across the ground. What secrets lie beneath the many mountains and hills? Buried treasure, perhaps? or a great and terrible dark secret? The mysteries of Breath of the Wild that tell stories of times yet to pass or have passed are plenty abound. Even just a single mystery can pave way to a long and windy road. If you took one of these roads, they would take you up through streams and beyond great mountains to great caverns beyond. Thinkers, it's not at the summit of the mountain where this mystery begins, but in a humble cave, lit by fire and with some friends. One such friend with a rather incredible appetite and a peculiar want of naps. So pull up a rock and settle in with me, thinkers, and get cozy, because this is where our mystery begins. One fateful evening, my Discord and Patreon community gathered together after streaming, and we all sat down for community hour, and after a good amount of banter and a laugh, the night grew old and I was just about to turn in for the day. But then a patron and friend of mine called Mindsight asked me to boot up Breath of the Wild one more time. Typical me, I agreed. I could never refuse a good yarn or a good mystery, and boy was I in for it, and so I grabbed a Korok leaf and proceeded to yeet Link across the lands of Hyrule. Now I appreciate green-clad elf child going brrr and breaking the sound barrier with barely safety-compliant sea vehicles that could fall apart at any moment as much as the next. But ultimately, thinkers, it took mere moments for my brain to realize that this man was taking me on a journey through Hyrule in a fun and really unique way I had never seen before, discovering little details about the overworld that sparked an exciting joy for exploration and understanding. So, this journey, where does it lead? Well, I was taken all across Hyrule, but it all starts with a very simple, very quiet, and positively chillaxed paradise of a village known as Laurelin Village. A nice, unassuming village where fishmongers are selling, children are playing, Giggles is digging, the secrets that lie deep within a mountainside are sleeping. And so are the tourists that came to visit Laurelin Village. Laurelin, a place as relaxing and unsuspecting as this, Laurelin Village offers some of the most interesting questions hiding in plain sight. Some, however, more inconspicuously just existing in the everyday life of a Laurelin citizen. Symbols scattered all across the village. Some telling of a culture that once was. Some telling of existing cultures. Some more questionable than others. Observably, we see in this hut a fish symbol that, when flipped upside down, looks like Ganon. Here, we can also observe a trident with the letter G. Now, I like flipping and extrapolating hyperbole as much as the next theorist, but both of these probably have more to do with the resident fishing business than a conspiracy theory, but perhaps this is the Ganon tribe you're looking for. Or maybe not. One thing is for certain, there isn't a shortage of Zonai swirls, as we can see them spread across banners, carved in wood on houses, and even on the trinkets worn by the villagers. Incidentally, one of the younger villagers wears one such necklace. If you just inquire a little, he will lead you to the Zonai ruins that are quite unseemly, feeling almost out of place somehow. Why are they here? Also, why are they arranged almost like an entrance to something? Even the middle part Link is climbing looks like a giant door that could open. Well, perhaps in light of the recent patents Nintendo has filed in which illustrate and illuminate upon Link's time reversal mechanic, perhaps Link could be using this in a restorative sense, granting entry to those now dilapidated and sealed ancient tombs, built by a race now vanished across time. In light of this new information, easily one could make the assumption we'd see Link using this ability to revert entire structures or localized areas of certain dungeons' puzzles. Perhaps even similar to how timeshift stones revert time within a localized field. In addition, one may even posit the tangibly exciting prospects of seeing Link utilize the portal ability to warp through other surfaces to enter dungeons. Now back to Giggles. Clearly this little tank is up to something, as we can see piles of soft exposed dirt created from digging and pounding away at the rock dirt-filled walls of the cave. Why is Mr. Giggles digging a hole, you might ask? Well, it's because his family is buried beneath this lump of rock, and Link here is clearly the main villain, trying to stop him from saving them. All those countless hordes of innocent Hinox and Bokoblins killed to save the princess. Was I the villain all along, Miyamoto? Seriously though, where is he digging to, and why does it look like a massive cave-in happened sometime in this Hinox's ageless demonic lifetime? Well, cave-ins aside, if we line up Link with the entrance perfectly and then break the camera out of Link and travel in a perfectly straight line through the collapsed rock, observably, it's clear to the naked eye there is flooring indicating there is more space and that a passageway is meant to be here but is left unfinished and unmarked for developers as a placeholder for something perhaps they could use later on during the development of the sequel. As we continue down the path the cave faces, progressively sifting through the layers of rock and dirt and glitched walls, traversing a foreign space we aren't meant to observe as players. Together, we can attempt to peel apart and reverse engineer the creative process the developers went through. At the middle point of this journey, we find a massive cuboidal space. Likely, this cuboidal, unnaturally even object within the mountain exists for potentially any number of reasons. Perhaps it could have been the starting point for the mountain itself to be built around. And perhaps implicatively, a placeholder for a dungeon of sorts, giving the developers more or less the boundaries and or limitations of open space to build an open-air dungeon within the mountain? It's well known that Breath of the Wild had cut content, but we also know that Nintendo is not foreign to reusing old assets in currently existing engines to create new games. Perhaps this dungeon was cut or scrapped or simply marked in the mountain to allow returning developers to create a new game quickly using the existing map of Breath of the Wild. It does fit with Nintendo's past behaviors of using old assets to create new games, and from what we see in the trailers, we see Link returns to Hyrule's landscapes in differing points of time than present-day Hyrule. When observing these temporal differences in Hyrule, it almost feels similar to the time shift stones, where a space exists in the past and present simultaneously for the user of the stone. Perhaps parts of Hyrule's landscape in Breath of the Wild may still be pocketed in the past, present, and future. Just imagine ruins with mechanisms once functional worn in from time's unyielding hands. Boulders that once covered cave entrances now both revert with Link's time reverse powers in localized intentional pockets. Alongside this, perhaps we will also see larger, more broader shifts brought on from the influence of Ganon's resurgence. When speculating the real purpose of these powers, it's an obviously high probability that Link will use time reversal as a means of uncovering hidden dungeons, caved-in entrances, as well as accessing their ancient doorways by reverting their age back to a time when ruins were no longer ruins, but functional, whole, and complete structures of technological prowess. Perhaps this might be so, perhaps. But back to the journey. Life is often not a straight line, but in the case of Mr. Giggle's mystery hole digging within the mountain, this mystery is built quite literally upon a line that goes deeper and further down, just like this mystery. If we want answers, truly thinkers, we have to go deeper. As we continue down this straight line from the collapsed-in entrance where Giggles was digging, continuing past the cuboidal object at the heart of the mountain, further down this straight line we go, and deeper into the dark depths of shadow and flame. Secrets we find veiled in layers of intention, past the dirt and rock of a mountain-sized rug, peeled away over time as we go deeper. We remain on this line, but our height must now drop. Still, we travel perfectly in line with the cave, but as our height drops, Expectations remain high, if not higher, of a promise of something, anything. Answers, but all we see is darkness and endless water. Do we give up on this journey? Is there a light at the end of the tunnel? Will Mr. Giggle see the other side of the mountain? Wait, is that a Zonai swirl? No, it's a rectangle. But wait, enhance. Enhance further. Zoom and enhance a further time. Oh my, a Zonai Ruins entrance. Entrance you might say. It's just 3 blocks stacked next to one another, is it not? Well, to be fair and frank, I'd say you'd be wrong not to assume this at first. Even I had a hard time seeing these ruins any differently, but when I had Link walk up to get a closer look at the front face of it, close enough to smell its hard, rocky surface, it finally dawned on me. This middle section isn't just a block or a wall or an inscription tablet. As I said earlier, this is a doorway, an entranceway. Waving my own portal to traversable wormhole powers around. Yeah, that's right. You didn't think I'd not ask Link to show me how to do that, did you? Anyway, clipping through the wall, we can see the details of an archway, further arguing this space to be a point of entry into the mountain, only to be blocked off by boulders, of which, once clipped through, show signs of a corridor. In spite of the height drop, the fact it lines up perfectly with the cave entrance and with the massive cuboidal space in the mountain, well, it can't just be a coincidence. Better yet, the strange circular mirror tablet that references the Mirror of Twilight as an Easter egg is inherently part of this place and the once powerful tribe known as the Zonai. What then are the Laurelin villagers in all this? Clearly, they have some significance with this as well. Could all the different symbols we found earlier have anything to do with this? They even have a library with texts from every single wake of life at the village, and even more suspect is that there is a Korok stone puzzle in the shape of a triangle on the roof, symbolizing the triforce perhaps, or even just a single piece of the triforce. Furthermore, going deeper into our conspiracy, why is there a G-shaped swirl with a trident? Why is there Zonai swirls, symbols of a tribe lost to the ages, all across this village? What does the swirl's meaning even hold? Well, all that tinfoil talk is giving me a headache, so I'm just gonna tack that to the corkboard for later and focus on more concrete links between the village and the mountain. Observably, a child from Laurelin village knows about the round tablet. When you speak to the child, he will escort you through the winding mountainside pathways and take you to the Zonai Ruins entrance. The very same entrance where another Laurelin villager is seen observing the tablet. Now, whilst his existence here and the child's knowledge of its location can be explained away with the proximity of the village, well, we have a glaring point here. When you gather all the missing pieces of the round stone tablet, the Laurelin villager actually can read it. With the aid of a few mods, we can physically put this tablet together. It's when the tablet is put together that we can see the writing for ourselves. When translated by Garini, the text reads as follows. When the two find their place and kneel in reverence, the shrine will reveal itself. Thinkers, what Garini states it means isn't so much important as the fact Garini being able to read this fluently implies. Garini, a Laurelin villager being able to read this, implies that Laurelin's folk read and understand this language almost commonplace, which is significant in many ways, but the most important being that firstly, the Laurelin folk are in some way strongly linked or tied with the ruins and its ancient creators, the Zonai. What if Laurelin was a village set in the present, with a culture spanning the ages? They use the Zonai swirl exclusively across their homes and structures and even wear trinkets shaped as such. What if Laurelin and the Zonai are the same? What if they... Oh god, no. I forgot about the Cone of Stone! What if their dark secret is that hidden away, secreted in rock and darkness, water, time, space, shadow, and flame? is the body of Ganon. Okay, no, seriously, don't leave yet. What if it's true? Well, okay, how could it be true? Well, thinkers, this is where the journey Mindsight took me through truly goes down the rabbit hole. We know the ruins of the Zonai are at this point linked closely to the tablet and to the Laurelin villagers. After much time exploring the innards of the mountain, from Mr. Giggle's cave entrance to the cuboidal space in the mountain's heart, all the way to the Zonai entranceway, we have us now a picture emerging of a cave network with a dungeon, an entranceway with a second entrance or exit at the rear. But what if we looked at this from top down? We now reimagine the journey now from Zelda and Link's perspective at the point of Breath of the Wild 2's plot and where it begins. Their journey now explored and seen from their eyes. Picture this. After the glorious and decisive battle with Calamity Ganon, Zelda and Link leave after defeating Calamity Ganon for Zora's domain, but are sent to the Laurelin village due to the ties the Zora have with Laurelin. Link and Zelda gather the pieces of the stone tablet, and Link's hand is bestowed with a mysterious power but cannot understand how to use it or the significance this power holds. Now, because the two have now found their place and are at the Zonai ruins together in reverence, the door opens and unlocks. With the ruins door opened, unlocking the mountain, Zelda and Link enter. Upon walking through the doorway, they load into the cuboidal space where the entrance of Ganon's tomb from the trailer appears. They walk into the massive, foreboding entrance of Ganon's tomb, proceeding deeper within the mountain's watery cave networks, finding Zonai ruins littered with luminous stones as seen within the first trailer. Eventually, they reach the bottom-most part of the tomb within the mountain, stopping at the entrance to a rounded circular room. They enter this circular room, a room located at the top point of the massive rock cone structure, a structure we observed with our free cam powers, and finally find Ganon's corpse. Then, in a series of unfortunate events, Link interacts accidentally or intentionally with the seal of the corpse using the round tablet's powers he doesn't fully understand yet. Things go awry. Ganon's body writhes and twists, crackling to life. Link tries to use the Master Sword, but there's too much malice and the sword runs out of energy and completely dissipates, leaving Link's arm vulnerable. The malice climbs further, burning his arm with its raw, unrestrained power. Then, in a flash of surprise, the floor collapses. It's at this moment of surprise Ganon takes his chance to escape. As the monstrous sound of rock and ground break away, a shriek of terror is heard as Zelda falls down the long, rocky, cavernous, conical structure into darkness, all whilst Link hangs above, rescued by the green glowing hand which pulls him through the roof, traversing into a different room where he rests only to later awaken, with the spirit arm now forming over his own. As Ganon's resurgence tears across the land, it shifts the world into different places in time. Days pass, and eventually Link will awaken to later escape off-screen via the back entrance of Mr. Giggle's cave. Only this time, Link emerges to a world he partly recognizes. But none of this matters. He must now set off to save the princess, and in doing so, also restore Hyrule to its former glory. Now, I feel a little bit of skepticism whilst telling the story at this point, so let's do some comparisons and lore digging. The room where Ganon's body rests within is shaped similarly to the rounded, mostly circular shape of the cone. It's so similar in shape, and so perfectly fitting it makes almost too much sense. We know there are hidden underwater rivers flowing through the mountain, as we can see water flows out of the mountain on one side with a reservoir of water on the other. If we clip through, we can see it's meant to flow into the mountain before flowing infinitely down, becoming one with Breath of the Wild's infinite sea world beneath the world's surface. Massive sea world. Wind Waker, anyone? Just kidding. Let's get back to Zelda falling down the long rocky rabbit hole. Look, this conical structure fits almost perfectly with the chamber's dimensions, and when we look at the trailer where Zelda falls, we know it's a very long way down, and somewhere at the bottom is a tremendous sea of malice. Taking this here brave volunteer in a simulated recreation of the trailer's room based on what happens and on the dimensions of the conical structure, well, if we just go in the footsteps of Link and Zelda stumbling across Ganon's resting corpse only for the floor to cave in and Ganon to run away, well, okay, let's hit that switch and see how it all plays out. Well, okay, it pretty much plays exactly how you'd think. Seriously though, even when the conical structure is recreated in Minecraft and overlaid with Ganon's room, it plays out perfectly. Honestly, I can't not see the entire journey in the trailer playing out in this way. From the start of Link and Zelda's arrival at Laurelin Village, to their deeper understanding of the round tablet, to entering the mountain through the Zonai doors, to loading inside the mountain's open-air dungeon where Ganon's tomb entrance is, entering it and venturing deeper into a mountain containing a secret far darker and more sinister than anyone could have ever imagined. The body of Ganon. Only this time, Ganon escaped and buried Zelda at the bottom of a deep and dark cave. That is, until Link finally finds a way to combine his now specifically patented time reversal powers and traversable wormhole portal 2 powers so he can travel back and catch his princess when she falls, like the hero we know he is. Better watch out, video game theoretical physicists. There's a new patent in town, and its name has Nintendo written all over it. But hey, But seriously, thanks for watching, thinkers. This video is just the beginning, an entryway into the first of many more journeys we will go and explore together as an anthology. If you liked the video and want to tell me what you felt about the mountain and how Breath of the Wild 2 will take place, or if Mr. Giggles is paying child support for all those kids he's got buried under the rocks, well, let me know in the comments below, and be sure to leave a like if you liked the video and share it around with other Zelda enthusiasts like yourselves. Also, I need to make a huge shout out to my first Patreon member, Pixel Fusion Productions. Thank you for believing in my channel enough to support it right at the beginning Patreon opened up. Please go check out their channel, they make some really cool theories. Also, I'm proud to say the Quantum Realm has expanded its fold since then to include Cass, Henry, Mindsight, and Elfie. You're all amazing big-brained thinkers, and I can't not thank you enough. Mindsight, this theory was your brainchild, your idea, and I have tried with all my heart to bring it to life for you. I loved every second of working on this video with you, so thank you. Thinkers, if you enjoyed this video, let me know your thoughts in the comments below and hit that like button and subscribe. If you want to support the channel's content monetarily, you can join as a member on Patreon or join on YouTube. Both will get your name in the credits and behind the scenes access. Now before I head out, be sure to share some of that love and support around at my partner's Instagram at ElfSpringArt. Additionally, Elfie is now open for commissions publicly, so if you want something created, again, head down to their Instagram page. Give them a follow. Love ya, Elfie. Thinkers, have a big-brained, thonky day, and be sure to think safe out there. Bye-bye. Hey everyone, it's me, Thinkafurr. Words are always important, and in Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, Breath of the Wild, and pretty much the entirety of the Zelda timeline, it's certainly the case. Now, I've got a theory here, rather swift one, but before I dive knee-deep into it and get tongue-tied, because, you know, words are hard, I need to give Game Over Jesse a massive shout-out for this, as this theory is built off his translations video, link in the top right, and you can watch after, but effectively, I want to talk about one specific translation. I, Ta, Ryu. This, when broken down in Jesse's video, translates from Japanese across to English as meeting of lovers. All credits to this translation going to Jesse's friend Zoe. Now thinkers, here's the thing. We've heard these words before in Breath of the Wild, just in a slightly different way. Reading between the lines of Tears of the Kingdom's texts found upon its twin dragon's logo, aka the Ouroboros? Ouroboros. Aurora Borealis. Aurora XD Bororus? Okay, don't cancel me for that pun, please. I just can't help myself sometimes. Honestly, I blame this guy. Oh, also, distraction. Wait, that's the round stone tablet I was gonna talk about. Great work, Tay. You kept this video on track even after I derailed it. Tay's our new editor and is working on this video. Thanks, Tay. Anyway, when we collect this round stone tablet's pieces, the Laurelin villager, known as Garini, translates the Zonai inscriptions found on it, and it reads, "When the two become one, the shrine will appear." Thinkers, this can't just be a coincidence, could it? Well, here's the thing. The logo has two dragons with different symbols indicating two different dragons circling each other. But that round stone tablet doesn't have dragons, does it? Well, it kind of does. Sort of. Bear with me. Upon closer inspection, there's two curved lines in the center, one engraved and one indented, both spiraling each other to make one complete circle. This, gazed upon interpretively, can be seen as the two dragons, or a step further, the two spirits or two kokoros, aka hearts, becoming one. Just like the two dragons of the logo circling each other, meeting as one. I don't know about you, but something certainly feels like it's connected, almost coming full circle here. I mean, if you really think about it, we've had the Tears of the Kingdom logo teased in front of us in Breath of the Wild for over half a decade without ever knowing. Now, that said, in the delay teaser, we see a yellow spirit orb outside of Link floating around before wisping away back inside of Link. Thinkers, I've got a question for you. What if this orb is the spirit form of Zelda, our new companion? What if, spiritually speaking, Link and Zelda are traversing Hyrule to places like seen in the delay teaser and the stone tablet? Places in which two lovers, aka soulmates, must meet as one to gather the powers of sages or spirit maidens at ancient sites of power. Places where only the combined power of two lovers can unlock this. Like this stone tablet at Laurelin we've been theorizing about. Now, I recently put up a video about this tablet and the Zonai ruins behind it and how it could open up to a dungeon of sorts. Link in the top right if you want to watch it or rewatch it to further speculate upon the meeting of two lovers and the power of two as one. All of this is speculation, fun, and theorizing. I'll leave this all for you to discuss in the comments below. Whoa, hey thinkers, just stopped by to give you all the daily thonk. How much energy would Link need to create the wormholes he uses in Breath of the Wild 2 when he no-clips through walls? No, not fictional magical power, but energy sources either theorized or found in the real world. According to engineers that specialize in wormholes, to create just one the size of a proton particle, which is smaller than an atom, you would need negative energy equivalent to 10 billion suns' entire yearly output. Link's wormhole is way larger than a particle. Holy smokes, whatever energy Link's got powering that rune, it's out of this world. Probably would destroy it too. If you enjoyed this little piece of video games and science overanalyzed, we've got a massive video on the subject going into more detail. Check it out and subscribe for more. everyone, Thinkafurr here. Zelda sure has a lot of Shinto Buddhist themes. Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, Breath of the Wild, Skyward Sword, Ocarina of Time, and just about every Zelda game you can think of always seems to make a recurring reference someplace or another to these strange mystical spirits, yokai and kami gods, and they take so many different forms across the series, which is probably, as you thinkers might imagine, also an indication of how diverse the mythology of Shinto and Buddhism really is. So today, I plan to try and make sense of all these strange, ghosty spirit creatures in Zelda and how they might also turn up in Tears of the Kingdom and influence the game's characters and plot. So thinkers, grab a cup of thought juice and let's get to thinking. When we talk about the spirit entities of Zelda, especially within Shinto, we can actually separate them into various categories and types when they are identified, but in Shinto, yokai is the word used to describe all supernatural beings. Shinto, also known as Shintoism, translates to way of the gods. The gods within Shinto being categorized as kami. Now, kami themselves are sacred spirits, ranked higher than the yokai. The yokai themselves are split into various categories, types, and groups. Starting with the most commonly well-known, the bakemono, which are shape-shifting animal spirit creatures and monsters. Yurei, which are ghosts and spirits that have passed in a manner that has caused the soul to wander the earth, troubled and unable to achieve a peaceful transcendence into the afterlife. Then there's the tsukumogami, which are objects that have finally gained sentience after 100 years of being in this world. The most common occurrence of objects within Shinto lore gaining sentience being swords. Other forms of spirits within Shinto lore categories are the mononoke. These spirits are often either vengeful or mischievous, but occasionally they bring good fortune to others. But it's notable that mononoke originate from China and entered Japan's lore of Shinto during the Heian period. The mononoke are extremely similar to the yurei and are not that different from each other. Across the Zelda series, we see various iterations of the spirits within Shinto lore, and if you have a trained eye, you too might even be able to spot a yokai animal spirit posing as a human. At least that's what the legends and folklore have said over the centuries. The shape-shifting animal spirits of the yokai are very popular and seen throughout the series. The kitsune spirit, a fox-like being, is seen in Majora's Mask and is known as the Kiton, and it's expressed. The Kiton are many in number and we only see one. In Shinto lore, the kitsune themselves are also many in number, and the name kitsune is also used for normal foxes as well. These supernatural creatures serve the kami god spirit known as Inari, a higher being or entity responsible for agricultural growth, economic growth, and fertility. The kitsune are typically benevolent, usually serving under Inari's goals and facilitating its will to promote growth, but the malevolent ones rebel and attempt to cause the opposite with trickery, which basically means there's a group of fox spirits trying to aid the living world in growing and progressing, and a group that are trying to halt and bring calamity and ruin. Another job the kitsune have is to guard the gateways to the spiritual world and the physical world. Interesting that we see a kitsune in Majora's Mask only, a game where Link travels through a portal, or gateway one might say, to another world. Majora's Mask also has a huge recurring theme of spirits being trapped in objects, aka masks, which brings us to other forms of yokai, like the tsukumogami. These yokai are sentient objects that gain their sentience after their 100th year of existing. Now, the masks are literally spirits of living beings shapeshifted into objects like the masks, and that might raise a question of whether these are really tsukumogami, but one certainty that is a very unsuspecting example is Fi from Skyward Sword. Fi is the Master Sword, and the Master Sword is her. Both are linked thematically, physically, and spiritually. The sword itself even takes on her appearance when it has reached its fullest potential. Interestingly, the tsukumogami also form when an object finally attains a kami or spirit. Fi, to me, feels a lot like a portion of a sacred spirit that was placed or forged into a sword. If it's anything to go off, canonically, she was created by Hyrule's fourth goddess, Hylia, as a weapon to fight Demise, and Hylia does have a tremendous resemblance to the kami god Amaterasu, the sun goddess. I mean, think about it. It makes so much sense for Fi and the Master Sword together to be a Tsukumogami. After all, swords are the most common expression or occurrence in the Shinto lore. Also, in hindsight, I suppose this does place the Masks of Majora as Tsukumogami as well. But moving on. In Breath of the Wild, the most modern Zelda title we've had to date, we see various yokai. The Bloopies, owl rabbits that serve a higher deity. Satori, the eerie blue supernatural being with a stag for a body and two owl faces seen atop its mountain. Clearly, these two take from the animism of the animal spirits of the yokai and serve a purpose in facilitating the natural order of the physical and spiritual world of Breath of the Wild. Moving on, other Shinto references include the Koroks, forest-dwelling beings that only can be seen by the pure of heart like children and in rare cases adults like Link. It's fascinating to observe so much of Japan's religious expression of Shinto expressed across the franchise, but my speculations do need to be made for Zelda Tears of the Kingdom and where we might see these amazing creatures of legend show up. I have a really strong feeling about the mystery figure on the wall. It bears a huge resemblance to Satori, the ethereal lord of the mountain who is an owl-faced stag. I mean, the yokai animal spirits are shapeshifters after all, and what do we really know about the lord of the mountain anyway? We know that the location we find King Satori in, Satori Mountain, is located in the same area of Hyrule Link is seen in the latest Tears of the Kingdom trailer. Incidentally, he's also riding a flying bird tablet object that is the same flying platform the mystery figure is seen carved on. Is this tablet also a Tsukumogami? Also, the Master Sword is damaged, but we know that Fi called out to Zelda in Breath of the Wild, which means it still has sentience, so we certainly will see the Tsukumogami portrayed, which really makes me curious because the Master Sword clearly is in a bad way and in need of repair. What relationship will the hero of the wild have with the Master Sword's consciousness Fi in this Zelda title? Will it be explored? I personally hope so. Either way, it's been a fun time exploring the yokai of Zelda, if not briefly, and yes, we will return to explore all the Shinto Buddhist lore in many more videos across this series. For now, drop a comment below and let me know what you all think. Hello everyone, it's great to be back speculating something for Zelda Tears of the Kingdom and exploring, speculating, and curating the secrets of Breath of the Wild's history, lore, and world. Today's mystery is a trial by combat, gladiator style, at the Colosseum ruins. Why do I turn my attention here? Isn't this just the old Arbiter's grounds somehow blinked in from the deserts into this place? And if something so large as an entire Colosseum can be blinked here, why not a whole mountain, I might say, in reply? Why not also slap a secret dungeon that leads to the top two whilst we're at it? Why bother putting windows on walls facing a mountainside? Clearly we've got something to discuss, thinkers, so grab a cup of thong juice and let's get to thinking. Alright, so let's not pull any punches. The Colosseum ruins walls are the primary origin of where my hyperfixation starts, especially this wall on the top level. Doesn't it just scream cracked bombable fake wall with a hidden room and treasure chest? Well, taking a look behind it with magical voodoo mods, we discover a secret. A hidden secret back room. What is this place? Why is it here? Has anybody asked how it's feeling? If I had to guess, lonely and abandoned. Clearly this room has an intended purpose of leading into something more. Maybe it was DLC, but culled and left unfinished. If, however, we take a closer look, we can see detailing work showing a cave-in. Rubble from a huge quake or impact event, maybe? Why put this here if no one's gonna see it? Why abandon it and sweep it under a rug of bricks and mortar? Evidence perhaps that this space was very likely intended for more, only to be left behind. Maybe this will serve as a placeholder for building a future dungeon in Breath of the Wild sequel, Tears of the Kingdom. Maybe it'll be a dungeon that leads inside the mountain that's practically hugging the Colosseum ruins? Yeah, hugging almost a bit too literal there, huh? Here's an old question from before, though. Why put windows on the walls of the ruins when all you can see is the rock and dirt of the mountain behind it, practically seeping through it? Why does the mountainside oddly fit the shape of the recess between it and the Great Plateau? Also, what's up with the weird melted rock that's fused into the sides of the ruins, reinforcing reinforcing it. Why is there invisible pyroclastic lava flows telling a tale of magical tectonic plate shifting? May I present to you the possibility that the Colosseum ruins well before Breath of the Wild's time, or even Age of Calamity's portrayed events, was indeed separate from the mountain. Maybe the mountain had internal components, like a dungeon, that led up to the Great Plateau. Maybe the mountain was a piece of the Great Plateau, broken off and moved using Yiga, aka Sheikah, earth magic, to ensure the Great Plateau was unable to be accessed by the forces of evil or the general public. Perhaps these are possible ideas that could explain why the Colosseum ruins isn't just next to the mountain, but literally fused with and integrated with the mountain itself. Over time, perhaps the secrets behind its back room would be lost, hidden and guarded by virtue of the military presence. This place is clearly structured like a battle coliseum at first glance, but if you really think about it, this would be far better suited as an outpost and training ground for the Hylian military. Maybe it functions as both, all in the guise of hiding the dark catacombs of a dungeon we have yet to see or may never see. And this is where I leave this mystery, this case unsolved, to you thinkers. Perhaps we may return. Either way, take this ocarina and mystery on your theorist adventures in the comments below. Majora, Majora, where art thou, Majora? Oh, hey, thinkers! Did you know masks in Zelda are jam-packed with history, mystery, and most importantly, lore? No? Well, subscribe to Thinkafurr, that's me, and let's find out just how much thought really goes into the masks of Zelda and also speculate where they might crop up in Tears of the Kingdom. Across the lands of Hyrule, its history in the Zelda timelines, we have always come across masks in one form or another. Some of the most notable being masks seen in Ocarina of Time with the Kiton mask, which is a portrayal of the Japanese kitsune fox, a yokai animal spirit. And in other places like Majora's Mask with the fierce deity mask, Majora's Mask, and all kinds of other transformation masks and other masks found within the game. But what's more striking is that Breath of the Wild also has masks, and no, I'm not just talking about the masks we can get from the amiibos or DLC, but the Koroks and the Leaf masks with their various but highly distinctive facial expressions. They're so cute and funny, I stinking love these little forest yokai teddy bears. The funny thing is, every mask we can find traces back one way or another to Japanese culture, and I can tell you, oh, there's a lot of cultural significance with masks in Japan. Take the Kamaru mask as a really great example. Geez, that mask is way more cursed than I remember. But anyway, when Link encounters Kamaru and heals his soul and is given the mask, Kamaru is observed dancing, and clearly there is patterns, thought, and reason behind it all. Well, in Japan, there are various forms of theater dating all the way back to the early 1400s up to the 1600s. Styles like No theater and Kabuki theater. No and Kabuki both involve theatrical storytelling using interpretive dances, but Kabuki mostly used body paint and No mostly used masks. Which is awesome because you can actually see visibly Kamaru embodies both, as his pale appearance and eye makeup gives the impression of the body paint of Kabuki as he performs his dance eternally at the 12th hour of each night that passes Termina. This then changes later when Link hears his lament and heals his spirit's emotional pain. After finally being healed, Kamaru's entire spirit, song, dance, and most importantly, his strong emotions of lingering regret are physically manifested into a mask that Link wears, thus changing his performance from Kabuki into No. Even more amazing is how much of a huge variety of masks that existed. It makes a huge amount of sense now why Zelda had so many masks, but what's more interesting is that Kamaru passed away before he could pass his dance on, and we, the player, never really see how that happens. But if I was to speculate, No performance was reserved for the military elite mostly. Perhaps Kamaru was performing for the king of Ikana and his warriors during the time the Ikana kingdom was still at war and the king and his servants still lived. We do find Kamaru on top of a giant mushroom at the outskirts leading to the entrance of Ikana.
It's a stone.
Thinkafurr.
But it is some ways away. But let's tuck that speculation away for the comments. In Majora's Mask, each mask contains the spirit of an inhabitant of Termina, and when worn, the wearer takes on the physical form of the spirit and are granted the use of that spirit's powers. In a No performance, masks are said to have qualities that are, in one sense, spiritual. The folklore behind each mask tells stories of each mask containing a spirit with a strong emotion, and each mask is capable of showing various emotions very strongly. When covering the mask of the Hanya, we can see on one side its eyes portray sadness. Then after uncovering it, anger. Other parts of folklore suggest that a No practitioner is said to become possessed by the emotions of the mask and is controlled by no one whilst the actor is acting out that mask's character. Critical thinking here, but maybe what these tales really meant is that the No performer attempted to separate their sense of self as they stared into the mask to get closer to that mask's emotion prior to acting them out. Like a method actor trying to live, breathe, and think like the character they are trying to portray. Staring into the mask before a performance, the actor attempts to separate their sense of self to allow the mask's emotions to consume them. And thus, the actor now embodies that mask's spirit and emotion on the stage they now act on. In the case of the Fierce Deity mask, its naming suggests origins stemming from the type of No mask literally categorized as Fierce God or Kijin. These masks stem from the era in which Shinto was the staple religion prior to Buddhism being introduced, and both being worshipped under the same breath. Interestingly, these are worn and also displayed to ward off evil spirits. When Link equips the Fierce Deity mask, he is physically warding off an evil spirit with the power of the Kijin spirit within that mask. Furthermore, one could say that Link is sort of fulfilling that part of a No performance when he equips any mask and embodies its spirit physically and carries out each spirit's will. Spooky, huh? Let's get a bit speculative now. In Breath of the Wild, we see many masks of the Koroks, and they come in so many different expressions. Cheeky, rambunctious at best, sneaky at the very least. These forest-dwelling, yokai-inspired teddies clearly bear resemblance to the various striking expressions of No masks, and Hestu is basically a bonsai tree with a leaf stash for a mask, but I really hope we see them return in the sequel of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. It just wouldn't feel right. Also, what I wouldn't give to see a cameo of Kamaru's dance someplace as a street performance and a return of masks as a part of the plot. I'd love it if there was something similar to Majora's Mask where completing a side quest either involved a mask or rewarded the player with one. Part of what made Majora so good was how detailed the characters of the world were, and they really grew on you as you played. Anyway, that's probably all I can fit for today's video. Give me your thoughts and feelings and interpretive dances down below in the comments, thinkers. Breath of the Wild has a quote, "When the two become one, the shrine will appear." If we take the idea of a shrine being a body of the divine and we reinterpreted this quote based on Shinto lore, it could easily be rewritten to instead be, "When the two hearts, aka two kokoro, the two souls become one, the goddess will appear." Going a step further, it could also infer, "When the two princesses become one, the true goddess will be reborn." Zelda and Midna. Two princesses from completely parallel realities, converging with one another. A princess of the bright golden light, and a princess of twilight, veiled in the shadows of darkness. In Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, particularly the newest trailer, we see Ganondorf, but not an enraged beast, but instead a fully cognizant being, speaking and sharing his intentions to destroy all life in Hyrule. Additionally, we see the Ouroboros, the dragon, eating its own tail, symbolizing the interconnected nature of the Zelda timelines, aka the time loop of the entire Zelda timeline, having Skyward Sword as the head, the beginning of the end, and the tail being bitten by the dragon mouth is what we speculate as Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, the end of the beginning. A sequel to Breath of the Wild and the entire Zelda timeline, whilst additionally being a prequel to it as well, an inversed paradoxical version of Skyward Sword. Now, the question I ask in all this is where the heart of the princess, or princesses I should say, fits into all this. Maybe I should be more specific. I believe that after all this time, after all the trailer releases, Nintendo is still holding out on us, and that we are going to receive a game that touches all worlds, all timelines, all at once, and that at the absolute core of all of this is the light, Twilight, and Zelda, Link, and maybe, just maybe, Midna, or another Twilight princess from Laurelin, aka Twilight Realm, aka Termina. Yes, it's complicated when you have 3 names from separate timelines for the same reality, isn't it? Anyway, before we continue, please subscribe if you haven't already and share this video. This video has a lot of love put into it from our Patreon supporters and also from the one and only Elfie. All that said and done, grab a cup of thonk juice and a solid dose of copium and let's theorize about Midna returning in Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. In Twilight Princess, Midna is seen traversing space with traversable wormholes and even takes Link through them. This is a power she alone has, and it's inherently Twilight magic as we see Link and Midna break apart, becoming bodies of Twilight particles, and then reconstituting later on. Adding to this, we know that the Mirror of Twilight is a sacred relic, and that Midna uses this mirror to traverse back to the Twilight world before shattering it. She alone is the only one who can shatter the Mirror of Twilight because she is the Twilight Princess. Furthermore, it's shown she is in fact worthy of the Triforce of Wisdom because at the time, Zelda revived Midna by gifting Midna her light spirit. Midna then received a huge power boost from Zelda's piece as demonstrated when she completely bodies Zant and handles Ganon, only to completely lose to Ganon later on in a second altercation after Zelda's spirit was returned, thus showing that clearly Midna thought she still had the power boost. Now, the thing we need to clearly glean from all of this is that Midna is the Twilight Princess, the Princess of Laurelin. Zelda is the Light Realm Princess, the Princess of Hyrule, and that Midna was in fact worthy of Zelda's Triforce piece, the Triforce of Wisdom, thus showing they are both able to use the Triforce of Wisdom and that they originate from separate Hylias in separate worlds. If Midna's powers to create traversable wormholes, folding space to travel within only a singular timeline exists, and Midna has a mirror that also creates portals, then isn't there something then to be said about Zelda's powers as well? Zelda has always focused on the power to traverse time and space, completely new realities with new timelines. The continuation of reality as it infinitely unfurls every plank second and the ability to traverse all of them. Where is Zelda's mirror artifact that allows her to traverse realities then? Well, it's simple. We see it in Skyward Sword, shown as the Gates of Time. Visually, both the Mirror of Twilight and the Gates of Time look very similar as well, and of course they would. The Twilight were a group obsessed with taking the powers of the gods like Hylia for themselves. They just couldn't create it to be nearly as powerful as Hylia's Gate of Time because they are just mortals toying with an omnipotent being's powers, all of which are completely beyond comprehension. That said, the place the Twilight hearken from is the alternate world to Hyrule, the Twilight Realm, which is known as Laurelin in the Downfall timeline. For simplicity's sake, I'll be referring to the Twilight Realm as Laurelin from this point onwards. Laurelin and Hyrule exist as separate worlds, or realities, two separate forms of space with two separate forms of time. In gross oversimplification, space and time are really just planes within space in which our path through a given reality is. Now Laurelin is an inverted reality, separate to Hyrule's reality, the mostly dark world with a small amount of light, greatly influencing Laurelin, and the mostly light world with a small amount of evil, greatly influencing Hyrule. There is a princess somewhere for each reality, meaning there was likely once a Hylia for each reality as well. The Twilight Princess Midna, a character who was easily one of Zelda's best companions, when inverted like yin and yang, is reformed into the Light Force Princess, Princess Zelda. Midna may have had her time as a companion in Zelda Twilight Princess, but what if we could get our own companion form in Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, Princess Zelda? Would she have her own imp form like Midna? What shape would she take? Well, this is just an interpretation commissioned by our Patreon supporter Mindsight and drawn by the lovely Elfie, and it's amazing how well Zelda fits, but that aside, look at the dress Zelda wears in the latest trailer. Doesn't it remind you of the Twilight symbols seen on the throne and also weirdly of true form Midna's dress? Better yet, doesn't Zelda mention the ashes of Twilight in a cutscene? She even makes references to Skyward Sword as well as Ocarina of Time. We know that Zelda has always revolved around time travel and the light of hope and the continuation of all reality. We also know Midna has revolved around space and traversing any space in currently existing realities graced to exist by the light of Hylia. One might even say that Midna exists as, and within, the shadow of Zelda. I mean, she literally lives within the shadow planes underneath Hyrule, the reality of Lorule, a world plunged literally into twilight darkness. In the Downfall timeline, it actually happens because Lorule's inverted triforce is destroyed, causing the balance of the land to be disrupted, and the Downfall timeline even has its own Twilight princess, Princess Hilda. Now that all said, let's flash back to Midna destroying the Mirror of Twilight. She destroyed it, but was able to still traverse back to the Twilight realm. She has the ability to travel regardless through space, and maybe, just maybe, we might see her make a return in Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, not as a dominant role, but perhaps as a supportive role. There isn't enough copium in the world to make me feel any better about not knowing if this is true, but at least we can be self-aware, right, thinkers? We know, though, factually, that time and time inversion portals through time and such are on the table, given that much has happened already within Zelda Breath of the Wild, Age of Calamity, and pretty much all across the Zelda timeline, and hinted in the trailers. What if, in order to end the cycle of Demise's hatred, Link must, as theorized previously, go through every single trial of each hero in the past, returning to fight the same enemies, battle the same bosses, confront the same villains, but even further than that, consolidate, befriend, and add the power of all the previous Link's past friends who became sages, powerful beings, or just disappeared. To be specific, maybe Link will have to bridge the gaps between Lorule and Hyrule, the gaps between dimensions, unite the princess and the Twilight Princess together, allowing them to really become a singular entity, restoring perfect balance not simply to Hyrule, but to the entire universe and every single reality, causing a complete merge of not only the timelines, but a merging of two mortal incarnations of Hylia, thus allowing the one true Hylia from way back at the time of Skyward Sword to be well and truly reborn and powerful enough to confront the evil of Demise's hatred once and for all. The Princess of Space and the Princess of Time. Together they become Space-Time. Something that in the real world we consider one and the same, and maybe that's exactly it. Midna and Zelda are two sides of the same coin. It might just very well be that there wasn't actually two Hylias with two realities. Perhaps, before the cycle, before Zelda, before Link, the real origin of the time loop began with Hylia splitting herself in two, splitting the land of Hyrule into two as well, splitting space and time in two, eventually into 3, 4, 5, till near infinite realities unfurled. The gates of time clearly tell us there is more than one reality already during Skyward Sword, and that both realities parallel each other. A world ravaged previously by the battle between Hylia and Demise, and a world prior to the battle not ravaged in which Hylia's mortal incarnation is born. Princess Zelda, along with Link, Hylia's chosen hero, likely chosen from the previous world ravaged by Demise. This hero is the same hero who is paradoxically written about in a legend before his legend has come to happen in his own time. It makes no sense, which means reality was already split and is already in a bootstrap paradoxical time loop before Skyward Sword's events even happen, and Hylia, Link, and Demise are all at the epicenter of this. Hylia is the space-time goddess, the light of continuation, the movement of time and shadowed by darkness of space. She isn't just a being that warps space and time. No, nothing near as simple. Hylia is an omnipresent being that is literally space-time itself. She is the source of the Ouroboros, the dragon eating its tail, and maybe that's it. Maybe that's why we will see virtually every timeline converge as one, perhaps even beginning again. Maybe we will finally see the true Hylia and the true origin of the Zelda timeline loop because Link had to be the one at the end of the entire loop, to once again be the hero who started it all in the first place. A bootstrap paradox is a time loop that has its origin source removed and cannot be discerned by its observers. Wait, that's it! That's the missing piece! The war that happened before Skyward Sword is totally the final battle that will not only end the cycle, but start it once again across space-time. Zelda will simultaneously unite with her Twilight Princess counterpart, become the one and true form of Hylia, at the end of the whole Zelda timeline loop, and somehow, some way, Hylia will shed her immortal self, reverting to become once more the princess and the Twilight Princess, and hopefully go on to live out the end of a closed-loop reality where the entire cycle ends on one side of the gates of time, and a whole other reality where it once again continues. That's why Skyward Sword has ancient tech, ancient temples that also turn fresh and new when reverted, because we already had a timeline split. Thinkers, the writing is on the walls, and I think it's clear that no matter how Zelda Tears of the Kingdom turns out, I really hope this Zelda theory for Zelda Tears of the Kingdom at least holds some truth. Look, I said it before, and I'll say it again. There isn't enough copium in the world to make me feel alright. Not until Zelda Tears of the Kingdom releases, and even then, thinkers, I'll be theorizing madly. Anyway, it's been crazy fun theorizing. Enjoy the hype, thinkers. Zelda Tears of the Kingdom will release soon, and I will be streaming it in all its entirety. Subscribe to the channel, follow me on Twitch so you don't miss the streams, and also so you don't miss any Zelda or Pokemon videos. Hey everyone. I got the Zelda hype bug. Again. Anyway, we need to say it. Finally, it's here, it's real, it's tangible, and so satisfying. But Tears of the Kingdom is finally upon us, and after so much theorizing and speculating, it's nice to actually have so many of my videos finally shine through and live to see the day they change from a Zelda theory to a Zelda fact. But look, I'd rather spend 10 minutes trying to tell you to subscribe and watch my other videos instead than do that. But that's not what you're all here for, is it? No. I'm here because Nintendo can't keep its hidden Zelda Tears of the Kingdom lore hidden in their trailers. I'm here because of this. The tears. The tears on the wall. The tears Zelda carries. The tears the champion's descendants carry. Oh, no, wait. Where's Unibo? Where Nintendo? Where is the Goron? You can't hide him forever, Nintendo. Nintendo, release the Goron.
Dinner.
Anyway, let's slap on our thinking hats, chug that thonk juice, slice up some onions so we can shed some tears for our lost Goron brother, and immediately dive into the Zelda theory before I run out of screen time. Okay, so let's just start this video acknowledging the big bad Ganondorf. The main man, G-Man himself, confirmed as a villain in Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Dude is looking like his usual buff, Chad, hydrated self, and the thing is, in almost all the Zelda titles he's been in, he's had a gemstone on his forehead, and in all this time, not once did it occur to us that Zelda Tears of the Kingdom had been teased right in front of us for literally decades. Oh, you don't believe me? Look at Zelda's head. She's also got a gemstone on her head, basically in every Zelda title spanning back to Ocarina of Time and beyond, and lo and behold, she's also got a golden tear of the kingdom in her hands too. Even the descendants of the champions hold tears of their own, with a bright blue tear seen on Sidon's hand, a green tear on the bow of Tulin, a bright yellow tear in Riju's hair, and of course Unibo isn't anywhere to be seen, but we can probably assume he's alright and has his own tear and definitely isn't inside the belly of a very hungry fire dragon. But look, an interesting observation about one tear in particular is that in one scene, Zelda is shown holding a beautiful gold yellow tear in her hands, but then later in the trailer, it's shown that the mysterious lady in the final trailer is also wearing the same tear around her neck. This same mysterious female figure also demonstrates that she carries an extreme level of sacred power. Whether this is Zelda or not, or Zelda transformed and manifested as the true form of Hylia in some kind of really cool transformation with the power of the tears, It's clear that the Tears themselves have a continual central point to not only the plot of Tears of the Kingdom, but are a fundamental part of Hyrule's balance. The Triforce has always been considered the heart of the world, holding all the realms in balance. These realms being the Sacred Realm, the Twilight Realm, or Laurelin, and the Light Realm, Hyrule. I am excluding the Silent Realm, of course, because this is an inward realm that exists within all creatures of life, and all life contains its own balance between the three virtues, thus logically meaning the Silent Realm will always be a realm influenced by the individual's own balance of wisdom, courage, and power in their heart, or their own inner kingdom if you really want to go there. That said, the balance of the realms in which mortals live their lives within, however, is safeguarded by the spirit sages, also known as spirit maidens. Sages or maidens that are tied to medallions in some cases, and crystals or tears in others. It's all the way back in Zelda 2 that we read about crystals that are required for Link to complete his quest. Then, in Zelda A Link to the Past, the Shrine Maidens, descendants of the Seven Sages, who carry their power, are imprisoned in giant crystals, and Link must gather crystals of power, Sage Crystals, to free the maidens and gain entry to Ganon's tower later on. We then also see Crystals of Power, the three spiritual stones later in Ocarina of Time. Stones that are the keys to the door of time which guard the Master Sword, but more importantly, the gateway to the Sacred Realm. One might argue that the three spiritual stones contain the essence of the three gods, the same three gods that built the fabric of the universe. Faeror, Din, and Nehru, the Dog of Wisdom, God of Wisdom. Anyway, these same three gods that built the kingdom of Hyrule alongside the fourth goddess Hylia, a kingdom they built that has been repeatedly veiled in darkness only to be later illuminated by light in a never-ending cycle of hatred brought on by the curse of Demise, the evil avocado. A kingdom whose land's combined essence of the three gods invokes avatars of light, the light spirits. Spirits of which who can be scattered into tears of light, tears or crystals that house and carry the essence of divine beings with immense power. Crystals or tears that are no different than the spirit sage crystals of Zelda 2 and Zelda A Link to the Past, and no different to the crystals or tears we knew many years ago. The three spiritual stones from Ocarina of Time containing the essence of Din, Nehru, and Faeror, in each colored spiritual stone attributed to each goddess. If the answer isn't obvious at this point in where I'm going, then I'll just clue you in. The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. The legend about the Princess Zelda and the tears that are the crux of the kingdom's defenses and its natural order. The entire history of Hyrule and its kingdom have been built upon the tears, aka crystals of power, sacred power for millennia. These gems are the tears of the kingdom, tears that when in the hands of the sages facilitate the balance of Hyrule. When the powers are taken and the temples that amplify the sages' powers are desecrated for the dark whims of a singular bad actor's choices, Hyrule's balance between light and dark, water and fire, earth and sea, time and space are disrupted, and the powers of the tears' purpose perverted. As seen in Ocarina of Time, when Ganondorf took the power of the sages for his own ends, royally borking up the balance of the Light Realm. I should probably also mention Ganondorf siphoning and stealing the power of the sages isn't anything new, as it's practically a staple plot point in the series, what with villains like Yiga, Aghanim, and technically Vaati, except that sort of feels kinda more like Vaati wanting to speed date the Sage Maidens. Ugh. Weirdo. What's interesting to note, although this might feel like a bit of a tangent at first, but bear with me, is that if a person's heart is not in balance, they cannot hold the complete Triforce either. What is a person's heart then? What is a person's body, soul, and mind within the Zelda universe, if not a kingdom made from the same virtues of the three gods? And if one was to purify their own kingdom, their own realm, their Silent Realm, like Link in Skyward Sword purifies his own three attributes in his own inner Silent Realm, well, then maybe we can understand what the Silent Realm actually is, and also why Ganondorf has one of the sacred tears of the kingdom on his forehead. The Silent Realm is almost seen as a kingdom unto itself. If the body was Din, the mind would be Nehru, and the soul would be Faeror. Where I'm going with this little tangent is that perhaps Ganondorf will turn inwards to soul search deep within his own Silent Realm, his own heart or kokoro, and purify himself from Demise's influence. Maybe it will involve the power of the sacred tear he possesses. Ganondorf may even just accidentally cast himself into his own Silent Realm whilst attempting to tap into the powers of the kingdom's tear he possesses. We know that the tears gathered in Twilight Princess heal and purify the lands once they form into the light spirit that held the balance of light within that domain. Will Ganondorf's tear purify Demise's hatred from his own inner kingdom, the Silent Realm? Who knows? But something I want to bring up is that perhaps the figure seen here in the final trailer isn't actually Ganondorf standing before a giant blood moon or a bowl of Malice being readied for an attack, but instead Demise. Well, maybe that's a possibility, but perhaps that's very deep down the copium rabbit hole, a hole Nehru wants to plug deeply with some Flex Seal. Link at the top right to that video. That all said, let's at least address something about these tears that is very likely and a strong possible lore point in Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. It's more than likely that these tears contain sacred power and are deeply tied to the balance of light and darkness within the Kingdom of Hyrule. They are the tears of the kingdom, the tears of the gods that created the kingdom, tears that almost without a doubt possess the spirit and power of the sages that will once more manifest into reality and be handed down to new sages, the champion's descendants. What power these tears may grant is deeply speculative, but perhaps these tears possess transformative properties, allowing the holder chosen by the tear to, in a sense, take on some of the physical, mental, or spiritual attributes of the spirit sage within, and have the sage's power added to the carrier's own. The champion's descendants Link, Zelda, Sidon, Riju, Tulin, Unibo are all obvious candidates for a sage's tear or sage's crystal. But Ganondorf? A villain with intent to disrupt the kingdom's balance. He clearly has a sage tear on his forehead. How could Ganondorf be worthy of a tear unless perhaps he was given one prior to being sealed? Well, perhaps it comes back to the fact that the 7 sages are nowhere to be seen in Hyrule during the period Breath of the Wild takes place. Perhaps the answer to the sage's disappearance, as well as Ganondorf's ownership of a sage tear in spite of being sealed away, goes back tens of thousands of years, broiling down into a singular plan. An executive decision made long ago to purify and redeem Ganondorf. Let me give you this to imagine. After a millennia of continual conflict with the prime evil Demise and its many incarnations, this evil would one day begin manifesting as a Gerudo male, born every 100 years, destined to become king of the Gerudo and later inherit and become possessed by Demise's hatred and become obsessed with power, turning evil and destructive. Eventually, this man would seek the power of the gods for his own ends, go on to attain a tear from the sages before inevitably being subdued and defeated by the hero and a princess, subsequently being sealed away with the might of all the sage tears, including his own. It's within this hypothetical scenario that Hyrule's forces of light already know of yet another return of Ganondorf and had made preparations. Ganondorf, in his arrogance and hubris in taking the sage's power, inadvertently fell into a trap of taking a sage's tear, thinking this power would simply be his and his alone, only to later have the forces of light use this tear against him and seal Ganondorf to one day purify him of the hatred of Demise and allow Ganondorf to be free and fulfill his own destiny as a spirit sage. Some thousands of years later, during a final and decisive battle with all of the tears, all of the chosen final sages that will end the cycle of hatred by first ending the hatred in Ganon's heart, to bring an end to the cycle of hatred and unending war and finally exit the bootstrap paradoxical time loop of the entire Zelda timeline and perhaps in a climactic final battle, face off a final time with Demise to fight for a different future. A future that is no longer written in stone and no longer predetermined. A future that is free. A future to be written differently. If one only seeks to win, one will never find peace until they seek peace. If the intention of the forces of light was to simply win against the darkness that Demise cursed Hyrule with, then Hyrule would never know peace. But all the same, surrendering to it isn't an option either. Perhaps in bravely reaching out, wisely making friends, and strongly making the choice of forgiving and moving on, maybe, just maybe, that's how it all ends. With the power of friendship. Maybe. Who knows? We've theorized various directions this could go. I leave this discussion, this Zelda theory, for you thinkers to discuss below.
Thinkers, if you enjoyed this video, let me know your thoughts in the comments below and hit that like button and subscribe. If you want to support the channel's content monetarily, you can join as a member on Patreon or join on YouTube. Both will get your name in the credits and behind the scenes access. Now before I head out, be sure to share some of that love and support around at my partner's Instagram at ElfSpringArt.
Additionally, Elfie is now open for commissions publicly, so if you want something created, again, head down to their Instagram page.
Give them a follow. Love ya, Elfie. Thinkers, have a big-brained, thonky day, and be sure to think safe out there. Bye-bye.